Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
I want to hear your thoughts.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you go right. You can go forward, but never ever back. Yeah. Woke up.
I ain't feeling your side. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whacked and are not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien, bien, bien. ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí se puede. And don't take my word for it. Look that crap the F up, please. For your own freaking benefit, I beg you. Type something in your search bar, a random phrase or word, topic, anything you're curious about, just type it in your freaking search bar. Please, 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 please do it. Don't do it for me. Do it for you. Anything you hear I say or anyone else say, question it. Question it. Type it in. Look at both sides of the topic. See what you can figure out and determine. You know, we have to be active. You know, the more active we are in our learning, the more power we have over our life, the less we can be controlled. Don't be controlled. Make a difference in the world with your life. Amen. The name of the show today is Intelligent Animal. Intelligent Animal. You know, and of course I'm thinking of humans. A lot of us don't tend to think of us as animals, like we're not a part of the animal kingdom, you know. And, you know, I like to talk about like embracing your higher self, you know. And sometimes I think I put too much pressure on people because at the end of the day, you know, we are subject to the animal kingdom, even though we have all these separations, these barriers that make it feel like we're not, like we have our homes, we have our cars and airplanes and stuff like that. We have all these gadgets and tools. But at the end of the day, if someone dropped us off in the middle of the rainforest, how long do you think we're going to make it? Those animals that are out there are way more equipped to survive than we are. But we're subject to them, you know. So, but like I say, though, you can choose to embrace your lower animalistic selves, or you can embrace a higher self, you know, walk a higher path, you know, be better, be good to each other, you know, evolution, evolve, you know. So think of us as an intelligent animal, you know. The thing is, we also have an issue with the way we look at intelligence. We think that we're the only intelligent beings on the earth. And it's absolutely not true. And just because we have all of these tools and gadgets and stuff doesn't mean that we're the most intelligent either. You know, um, we look at our politics and we're like, oh, the animals don't have that. How do we know that? Just like they're not aware of our politics, we wouldn't be aware of theirs. It's all about perception. Perception of us versus the perception of them. It's like using drugs. I saw this thing where they were talking about dolphins using drugs. Literally. Apes using drugs because it's a thing that they partake of that doesn't have any real nutritional value, and it gets them high. So like the point of what I'm trying to say is that we need to open our mind and expand our mind and realize that we are connected. We're part of the earth. We're part of the universe. Everything is connected. We're not outside of the animal kingdom, but we can choose to embrace our higher selves. Anywho, what's up, Pat? How you feeling, man? Glad you was able to join.
Doing good, man. Blessed and highly favored, man. How you?
Fantastic, man. It's great to hear from you, man. It really is.
Yeah, man. Them late shows been kind of get to me. I can't really hang like I used to, especially going through this, this job I'm working on right now. But I'm
Man,
glad. I'm glad
no
you had a
worries.
day, something to do during the day that where I could jump on. So
Yeah, so it's like us missing each other is the same reason because I work all the time, literally. So like today I was off. This is my first day off in like 2 weeks. So that's the reason why I come on the show so late. Is one time I get home. That's the only time I have time to do the show. So yeah, I was off
I
today.
no,
Like,
I get it. I know. I mean I get it. I'm just like I said, just my schedule kind of changes back and forth sometimes, and it's, it becomes a little tight at times. But
it's all good, man. No worries. Oh yeah, I want to do a plug for myself. I'm starting a new show. It's called Activate, where I'm going to be reading books or passages from books for people of all ages. And the channel is not completely up yet. It'll be up tomorrow. And I did a show today, right before this show, to kind of get ready for that. And like it's the pilot for it, or advertisement for it, or however you want to look at it. And
okay,
and and it'll be in the format that it'll be. So if you guys want to check that out or whatever, I kind
oh
of want
yeah,
to do
definitely.
something. I want to do something for
So
everybody. I want to involve the kids because my stuff is not kid friendly, and I don't the lives the kids can jump on, which I don't have any control over. But all of the videos that I post, I put on there. It's restricted, and only 18 and up can look at it. And I've been thinking about that, and I'm like, I don't want to leave the kids out or all ages out. So I want to make something for them, and that's it. I love
yeah,
reading. I love books, and I figure that's the way to go at it.
okay, yeah, it sounds good. So I mean the thing, the one, but the one you said that's for all ages. That's pretty much general. The books and things. That's general
The
public.
general public. Some of the books are going to be kids books, and some of them are going to be like teen books, and some of them are going to be like straight up adult books. But it
But
it
all
won't be,
clean.
yeah, all clean content. It won't be anything in there that kids can't listen to. It might be
Yeah,
above them, their understanding or whatever, but it won't be outside of what they're able to, per-
digest. Yeah,
yeah. So
yeah.
that's,
Sounds
and
good.
yeah, I just think that it'll be a great way to reach out to them and make a difference, entertain them, and teach them they can learn. Reading is fundamental. And if I can spark some people's interest, like hopefully my plan is to like read a book and then they'll be like, oh man, that sounds good. I want to go look for it and go read it, or go read some other book just because that I was so entertained by that story that I heard that he read on the show or whatever. That's my mindset on it.
Hmm.
Hopefully inspire some more reading. But we're not reading The kids are reading a lot less now. They got their cell phones and they just watch TikTok videos and
Well, I feel like when I was young, we didn't read a lot. I mean, but I do remember us like, cause I do remember reading, and even like in school, like it was a thing. And it seems like now, like they're finding excuses and reasons. Because I don't know if this is everywhere, but I heard that there's in places where reading has become an elective. It's not a mandatory subject anymore, and it's like, what I'm saying, you remember for us growing up, reading, writing, arithmetic, the three R's, quote unquote, was, the thing, but not so much these days,
yeah,
which
I
is,
can see because even with them, with my kids, like they aren't as like enthusiastic about reading. Like I loved reading, but I think that it was different. We didn't have as much stuff as they do now to do. So like when I was bored, I would get a book and I would read it, and that would entertain me and keep me, occupied for a while. Uh,
yeah.
I really enjoy books. Like I really would get into them, and then it was like watching a movie that's going in your head, and I really enjoyed it. I think it was, and I learned a lot. Like the book doesn't have to be a school book. You know what I mean? For you to learn from it, like
Y-
a
No.
lot of fiction I've read. I learned a lot of stuff from them, like a lot of stuff.
Well, I mean, shoot. I mean, even if it's a magazine, like, I mean, I learned
Yeah,
a lot from like different magazines on this.
yeah.
Uh, but I mean, hey,
I used to read magazines, pamphlets, those church little church booklets, like comic books, everything, man. Like freaking the labels on
I was
freaking.
in the comic books, yeah. See, but yeah. I don't know all that church stuff. We went to church enough. I was like, I'll get my full, I get full on that. What I'm saying, but as far as I always wanted something fun to read, or at least to me, that's something that was interesting. And because I was a hip hop head, so
The
when they
Source
had the
magazine, Double
Source, the
XL.
Vibe, yeah. I didn't get into the 2XL so much. I maybe seen a couple, but yeah, the Source definitely, and the Vibe, like I had subscriptions, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
me too.
So
I got every damn source. You got Ebony magazine, you got Reader's Digest,
Jet, I remember
Jet.
Jet. My dad, had his subscription, and that was, yep, Ebony and Jet, and it was other stuff, but that it was like a common thing. Like it was, people like if reading was
Yeah,
fundamental as what was his, what's the comedian name from St. Louis? Shoot, I can't think of. But however, yeah, it
yeah.
was something cool to do.
Yeah, man. The newspaper, the comic strips in the newspaper. It was
Definitely the
like
comic strips.
it
Yeah.
was so common for people to read the newspaper. Like, that was the thing in the morning, right? People get the newspaper, they're kind of waiting for it, and adults, mostly, and just freaking reading the news or whatever, random obituaries, even like at the very least, it's something to do to occupy your mind instead of freaking. What do they say? Idle hands is the devil's playground, and I really
An idle
believe that.
mind, yeah, an idle mind is the devil's playground. So
I believe
definitely,
that wholeheartedly. So you're gonna get into some debauchery if you're not like giving yourself something to do because you are by default you're gonna be doing something that you probably shouldn't be.
well, I mean, I think they're saying more so the chances are higher that if you don't focus or purposely do something and just leave it up to chance, you're more likely to get into some things that you shouldn't.
Yeah, man. So I want to do some random doom scrolling to kind of warm up. Random stuff. You heard Sheila Jackson Lee didn't make it.
She didn't what?
She didn't make it. Sheila Jackson Lee, she ran for mayor, and Whitmire took her out.
Oops.
They had
Did
they.
I-
It was a close. It was a close thing, and then they had to do a runoff. And in the runoff, Whitmire pulled it out. Pulled it out yesterday, day before yesterday, something like that.
Bro, I'm gonna tell you, man, more and more and more. I mean, especially when people are feeling the pain and then they're like looking at different things, you know, like they're paying more attention to things around them because they're trying to assess where is this pain coming from. Is it something that I can do, something that I can change? And you know, for the most part, a lot of times, especially when we're talking about our politics, most people kind of just, let it play on repeat. And but when especially when things are okay, but when things get really bad, they're gonna be like, oh wait a minute, hold on now, like I'm gonna have to do something different. I think that's kind of what's playing out in this scenario.
Yeah, I think so too. And we were talking about me and Doc about how the local elections are important. There was some shakeups with some of the smaller offices and some surprises related to those. I don't want to mention them because I don't have them right in front of me and I don't want to say it wrong. But the smaller offices like school board attendant, like the local positions.
Mm-hmm.
There were some surprises that happened because a lot of people came out for that runoff between Sheila Jackson Lee and Whitmire, and so that a lot of people rode on the coattails of that. You know what I mean? And got
Yeah.
in there.
I think a lot of the Democrats are going to get bitten in places that they didn't like. They may not have, because a lot of it's been kind of played under the radar for a long time. I mean, even though, especially for Houston, the fact that it's in Texas, but it is a Democratic city for the most part.
Yeah,
So,
people don't understand that Texas is a Republican state, but Houston is overwhelmingly Democrat.
yeah, and I think that's become somewhat of a concern to a lot of people because of the, like if you really, for those who's paying attention, like pay close attention, like you and I, they've most likely realized that there's an issue where like Democrats are not calling out other Democrats, and it's almost like they have to play along or they get ousted. They want to keep their positions, and so they got to play along with everybody else, even if they don't necessarily agree, because
Yeah,
they know how strongly they move. Like they some gangsters, like
yeah,
some real gangsters uh
yeah,
in there.
yeah. You
But
either play ball or you get rolled over. Like
yeah,
it's
bruh,
really sad.
yeah.
So
But
play nice, follow suit, and that's why the the Democrats are always like unified whenever they move, and it's because they freaking will hack your ass up out of the. You ain't gonna. They control the money, and that's what it is. So you won't.
uh,
They're gonna dry up that money, and you out of there. So people are just
bruh.
gonna follow suit.
Yeah, and look, when I tell people that, like, all right, because when you really look at a lot of the top corporations that especially like runs like that has a big say, because I mean, if you think about the media companies, a lot like it was a
It's the
big
Demo-
deal that
it's the
it was a
liberal
big
side.
deal that Elon was able to get Twitter. Like that, like it was a big deal because it changed. Like that was a media company that's changed hands and didn't have the control that it had before, which was mostly run by at least Democratic ideology. Whatever, at least what we know to be like uh mainstream Democratic ideology. So
Yeah.
when that happened, so I mean that's what like
It's true.
that's
Like
key.
Fox News was a little thing. It kind of blowed up, but they're bigger now. But they're one of the few channels that really kind of represent the conservative side. If you would look at media overall, and a lot of the conservative voices have been driven to news radio over the years. You know what I mean? And
Hmm.
smaller outlets. The
Well,
big media deals tend to be liberal and Democrat.
Well, and I'm gonna tell you because I mean, even though that they are or have for most part been known as, you know, conservative corporation business and with with conservative ideology, but I would say that it is still highly a part of the establishment, that top 1%, where, you know, a lot of things like, as long as they can control certain mindsets, and you know, I think they purposely have those have the conservative, like Fox News and then CNN or MSC NBC, is because their idea, their main reason for existing is to keep certain demographics split, you know, like
Yeah.
they are serving their purpose of, you know, sending a certain level of information one way and somewhat of a different twist from the other, so that, you know,
We could be fighting and
conservatives
arguing with each other.
so we exactly. So, you know, but at the end of the day, I really believe that, you know, they still are part of the big picture.
You know, that's what I say. Good cop, bad cop. You know, because that's basically what I mean when I say that. You know, two wings, same bird. You know, and it's
Hmm.
the liberal, the neoliberal establishment is what it is, and they're all a part of that.
Yeah, and you know, some people might say, because I mean, the neo libs or neocons, I mean, that's pretty much the same thing. And I
One
guess
and the same.
yeah, I somewhat have some new terminology that I guess I'm using, is the establishment. You know what I'm saying?
Establishment.
Because yeah, because regardless if you're
That works.
lib, yeah, because they have like they exist in both parties. So regardless, you know,
Yeah.
that's working under the same, you know, like the same goals. They
Yeah.
might have a different approach, but they have that same goal, is the
Right.
establishment. So
Right. They
yeah.
looking out for the powers that be. Let me read this. It says Houston Representative Sheila Jackson Lee files for re-election to Congress after mayoral defeat. It says U.S. Representative Sheila Jackson Lee filed for re-election to Congress, marking her bid for a 16th term in Washington on the heels of a landslide defeat in Houston mayoral runoff. I don't know if it was a landslide. It says Jackson Lee quietly filed for re-election paperwork Sunday evening, according to a campaign spokesperson. She publicly announced the move Monday afternoon in a statement saying she was compelled by the numerous opportunities still ahead to enhance the lives of my constituents. As I embark on this
Hmm.
campaign, I am fueled by the belief that experience is essential, yet I also recognize the significance of genuine commitment, steadfast dedication, and proven ability to deliver results, Jackson Lee said. The longtime Democrat faces an unusually competitive primary fight against Amanda Edwards, a former Houston City Council member who once interned in Jackson Lee's office.
Mm.
So she's going to go up against one of her old cronies.
Her boss, she trying to take, she wouldn't let her boss get it. She's like, look, I don't learn enough from you.
Yeah,
I'm gonna show you how it's done.
yeah. Yeah, it's good to have competition, so we'll see how it turns out.
No, bro, say bro, I'm gonna tell you, man, this world is nothing without the level of competition. Because I mean, if we all are just, you know, like, there's no, like, I mean, we're not equal. I mean, and we're not just talking about from just you know, some people have more determination than others. So I mean, if we're gonna look at it, you know, from the angle of capitalism and, you know, socialism, you no, I mean, there's people who are just like get up and do things a different way, and they progress their lives a lot faster than somebody else, because they're willing to sleep in to 10, 12 or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So without that, you know what I'm saying, regardless of how we look at it, it is a competition, and I think the universe naturally has to reflect that. And when it doesn't, I think we start to fall flat as, you know, you know, a nation, or, you know, multinational whatever. Like, as
Yeah,
human beings, I think we fail.
yeah. Let me read some comments. It says So she can continue doing nothing for her constituents. Another one that says, "Go away, time to retire, and let someone who cares about the people get in office." It says, "It's time for
What?
a younger generation of Black people. Thanks you for your service, Madame. You will always be appreciated, but time to hand over to the next generation." Another one that says, "We need
Eh,
less career politicians." These people been in there
Dun
forever.
dun
Like
dun.
it says, 30
Bruh,
goddamn years wasn't enough. Yeah, man. So how many terms did it say? Hold on, let me go back up to this. She did
a lot.
how many consecutive terms? It just said it. I mean, where is it? I think it
Cause
says
I
16.
think she was in office when I
16.
first moved
Yeah, so it's
2016. Okay, so all right,
she's
well
making
no,
her
it was
bid for
after
a
it,
16th term.
okay, so oh wait a minute. Oh what oh I thought you said like from 2016. 16 terms,
No.
and that's what two-year terms?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
So that's
nah,
30
she got it.
years.
She, bruh, like there should be glitter and gold all around Houston. Even like the hood areas ought to be super nice for somebody if they really progressing the people. Like, nah, man. I would be more understanding of things if it had changed hands 8 to 16 times. But if with one person in there and can have a focus, putting focus on things, you can tell that there's not enough focus for, you know, the change in those neighborhood districts. Like we've been through those districts. We know exactly where she you know the areas that she's supposed to be over, and they nah. I'll be glad to see somebody different come through.
It seems like things haven't changed at all. Like it's been the same. And if you got the same person in office,
It
then no wonder
might
nothing
actually
has
be worse.
changed.
It might actually be worse, bro.
Yeah. Let me play this. It says Democrats have introduced a bill in both houses of Congress to ban hedge funds from buying and owning single family homes. The bill will require all hedge funds to sell off all their single family homes they own within 10 years, then prohibit them from owning any again.
Buying and owning single family homes. The bill would require all hedge funds to sell off all the single family homes that they own within 10 years, and then they could never own any ever again. To actually let families own single family homes. So
Hmm.
this is pretty exciting. A bill has been introduced into Congress that would ban hedge funds from buying and owning single family homes. The bill would require all hedge funds to sell off all the
What do you think about that?
Well, I mean that's pretty interesting because I wonder if I mean because my thing is it's not just because the goal is because I know that in most cases people that's buying a home is being funded by a bank. Most banks are very high heavy into the hedge funds. Like how does that really work? And like yes, I agree that the single family homes should belong to families, but I'm not really sure. I would have to really really get down deep and see what kind of because just kind of feels like something is in the bag. But I mean, overall, just hearing that, I'm like, yeah, I'm game with that just based on just what I heard. But for me, I know that sometimes you hear those things, and when you really read into it, that there's still a catch 22 there. So. Uh,
Yeah.
I'm
And
I'm I'm
I
afraid
think,
to fully say that I'm game, but just from the sound of it, hell yeah. I mean, that's what the whole goal should be to, should at least some kind of community organizations to be able to use and give some, because if we're doing how does this stuff work with the Section 8 and all that kind of stuff, like
mhm,
to be able to, you know, put people in homes to keep them from being homeless, battered women's, and like something like if it's gonna be an organization that owns it, like at least where it's something that helps the community, like directly.
right,
It's not
right.
it's
Instead
not
of them
just
just making money.
it's not just for a profit. Yeah,
Yeah. So yeah, it sounds really good, but I doubt very seriously if it would pass because they're in the pockets of these same corporations that will be buying these homes. So the Democrats are, they're most likely it's like this is what
Mm.
they do. They appear to do
They,
something like we
oh my
tried,
God.
but then we
Yes,
couldn't
yeah,
do
yeah.
it because
I
you
mean,
know
the Republicans wouldn't let us. It was a majority. They didn't let us do it. No, I
and it's the
mean that.
same
Yeah.
story every damn time. It's
Hmm.
fucking sickening.
They come up with something that they know that they can't accomplish. It'd be so wild and so far fetched that it's really almost impossible to really get done. Because I mean, when you really get down to it, I mean, all right, you're giving them a certain period of time to sell off their single family homes, okay, but then under what conditions? Like, you know what I'm saying, where people only can buy these homes at 7-8%. You know what I'm saying? Like that's insane, bro. Like right now, somebody trying to buy a home, like if you're not making 150,000, you can't afford it. I don't care what the price is of the house.
Yeah, more than that, probably. More than that, probably.
I'm
You
just saying,
need two
yeah. Well, I
incomes
mean,
and make it
but
to like
before
350.
all of this, the average median income was how much? With like 40, 50,000 or something like that a year.
Something like
Like
that.
so,
Probably more like
last
38, 40, something like that.
Okay, shit. Even saying that you need to have 70 or 80,000, that still makes it impossible for people to freaking
Yeah,
um
most people.
afford it.
Right. Let me read a couple comments. It says homes belong to people, not corporations. Perfect Union said that. Comment, it says this is just performative politics. The Democrats know this will never pass in the House. That's what we just said. Another
Hmm.
one, it says, why didn't they raise this bill when they had control of the House and Senate? See, there goes again. Like, they probably could have pulled this off,
When it
but
was
they
a majority, but that's the thing. They don't go for the gusto when they do have the majority, and that's like that's a part of the
their
problem I
game.
have with them is that okay, when y'all did have the power, when you had the multiple votes, and you had
Why you
the
didn't
the
push
vice
through all that
the
shit?
vice yeah, you got the vice president also on your side that should be able to get things done. Like you don't hear nothing about none of these type of bills.
And when the Republicans have the majority, they mash through everything they want to get.
You know?
So another comment says more Marxist BS. Stop telling people what to do with their own property. I don't agree with that comment.
Nah, yeah, because that's somebody that's greedy and wants to be able to hog up a bunch of homes. They only want their family to win, and it's like okay, because I mean and to me it's kind of like okay, it's if you got a small organization, somebody who's even if it is all for profit, you renting, you own some apartments, you own multiple homes that you rent out or whatever. Okay, I mean that's fine. Do your thing. But we talking about headshot. We talking about multi-billionaires. We ain't talking about your funky million
Yeah,
dollars a year.
yeah.
You know what I'm
I don't
saying? Like
understand why people always do that. They defend these big corporations like that's them, or they have a chance to one day be them. So that's why they want
yeah,
to defend them and make sure like, no, you're never gonna be them ever, 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 ever. You're never gonna be them. Them and you, two different. Like you're never gonna be them. Just get that out your head. Like, no,
yeah,
you should be looking out for people that's like you. I don't blame them for looking out for their interest. I
yeah.
blame these silly folks who are looking out for those other people's interests who they're not even in the same tax bracket. Like, it's
Mm-mm.
silly. It's silly. So
Wh-
you're screwing over your neighbors, the people that are like you, and helping the people that would wouldn't spit on you if you're on fire.
Yeah, exactly. And then like for somebody like that, to me, it's like they might be making 1 million a year, and they're managing their own property and this, that, and the other, blah, blah, blah. I mean, shoot, they won't even hire some one person to even help them with certain, just to be able to give somebody a job and teach them teach them how to you doing what you're doing so that they can maybe do it themselves. You know what I'm saying? like, yeah, I don't
Those
necessarily.
those people suck. Let me read a couple more. It says, when 10 years, why 10 years when we have a housing crisis now? Good question. Another one, it says, FYI, S3402 and HR 6608 are the bills. Another one, it says, introduce doesn't mean S.
Exactly. Well, some of us know that, but you know, because and look, let me tell you, because I when I was living in College Station, the company that I was renting from was the company that what's that big billionaire that is popular for his investments, Warren Buffett.
Mm-hmm.
Warren Buffett owned the company that I was leasing through or whatever. And it's like, okay, that's not even he's not even a hedge fund. Like he just owns a bunch of property all over. Stuff like that needs to be broken down to some extent, because it's like, you know, even though, all right, you know, this is a condo that I was in, and it was a nice place, but some people in that area wouldn't mind actually owning the condo instead of having to rent it. And you know, I don't want to seem like no hater, because I mean, you know, I ain't really into the real estate game quite like that. But at the same time, I'm just kind of like, okay, ownership is important, you know, and you know, giving people a chance to actually own, I think needs to be on the, you know, actually finding other ways to for people to own, because just people selling out from the hedge funds is that's one portion of it, but there needs to be other things that they could be passing that actually makes it easier for people to be able to purchase a home right now and without through the next 10 years or 50 years. Like
Right.
that's going to be a consistent thing that needs to happen, and certain rules that never allows the interest rates to go above a certain amount regardless of what the inflation is. Like put that in the
Yeah.
bill.
Yeah. So that guy who made that comment talking about let people do what they don't force people to do whatever they want to with their property, then I guess they're okay with the idea of us having being a nation of renters, because one person with enough money could just buy up all the property in the United States, and all of
Mm,
us would be renting from that person.
yeah. Well,
With
look,
never the opportunity to buy it.
well, we're on the verge of that, because I mean, BlackRock owns like what do they say, like 30, 40 something percent of real estate in the world. So I mean, to me, like that could be a big problem overall. And then for them selling it, shit, they can sell it for what they want. So I mean, how does that really change anything with with the the hedge funds? I just don't, I don't completely see it. But you know, I hadn't been on in a while. One of the things that I seen in the last few weeks that that I wish I could mention is how that they're trying to say taking old buildings and like high-rise buildings, and you know, giving people opportunity to fix them up and rent them out to people, and make, you know, make room for the homeless and for immigrants and things like that. I don't know, something kind of touched me about that, because and not in a good way, because I kind of felt like some of the pictures that we saw of what was going on in China, and how those people was locked into those buildings and couldn't come out, and like being able to control big large amounts of people at one time. They can't leave unless, I guess, unless they jump out the window or something. Like I don't know if I don't know if I really like that so much.
Well,
But
I get your point, but depending on what is the situation, like New York has lots of buildings like that, and
I
then they have to
mm-hmm,
follow certain building codes and allow them to have fire escapes and safety
mm-hmm,
ex, safety doors and all of this stuff to protect people from that kind of thing. So I mean, if you
yeah.
only have a limited amount of space, then you have to build up, and that's just like what it is. you know.
Well, I don't think that that's one of the things, because I mean, just putting in a fire, what you call it, what you call those things, the ladders and stuff that come out the side
Fire
of the
escape.
building, the
Fire
escape,
escape.
yeah. Just putting that into some of these buildings that's already existing, it's probably going to be millions of dollars just to get that done, and not to say what other type of work that needs to be, you know, it's gonna
Well, well, that's definitely one of the issues where, because we were talking about real estate and related to, the commute back and forth to work, how you got so many people working from home now, and a lot of these office buildings are having trouble because they don't have anybody in these spaces, and people are like, and they're defaulting on their loans and stuff. Like they're losing a lot of money, billions of dollars are getting lost. And people are making the suggestions that to turn them into, homes for people, apartments or whatever. But
so
what you just said is one of the issues or one of the barriers for that, because those buildings aren't built for people to live in. So
to
the amount of
inhabit,
money
yeah.
that it would take to retrofit those buildings to make them into
Well,
homes would be like astronomical. Like the amount of money that would cost, because the plumbing, you think about those buildings, in an office building, they don't have like sinks and bathrooms in every rooms and every floor and all of that. You don't have, like you said, there's fire escapes and openable windows and stuff like that. All of that would have to be done to change
hmm
those buildings to make them so where people could live in them.
yeah. And I mean, New York is, that's a total, because it was built up to be that way, the way that it is, like to
Right.
retrofit a lot. Because I mean, here in Texas, or let's just say in Louisiana, where I'm from, like there's really no buildings that's set up to handle any of that. So that would be an extreme task. But the point that I was thinking about too, where you're saying like some of these high rises where these big corporations might live, what, they reside, their business resides, and then to have employees to live inside the same building. I think we're getting too much back on the plantation, a digital plantation, pretty much. Like, what I'm saying, you got to live in the same building that you work. All right, you can come on down the second floor, the fifth floor, 10th floor, whatever, and you live on the
I'm not
15th
completely
floor.
against that, because the money that you spend on the commute, the amount of time you spend in traffic and stuff like that, I don't know. There's give and take with that. I don't know. Depending on how that's set up, that might actually be a good idea. I ain't gonna lie.
Well, I mean, like for some people, that's probably be cool. And I can only look at it from my point of view, because I mean, I ain't having it. And I mean, I'm already, like I feel weird when I'm working for another company right now. I feel weird because I'm so used to working for myself. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? So, I mean, and then just to imagine, okay, I'm working for a corporation where I'm in a building working all day, and then for me to get somewhere and get rest, I just go up. Like I never leave this building. Like, nah, like sound like asylum to me.
I feel you. Let's do this right here. This is Whitmer talking. Let's listen to him.
Uh, you spend $5 million on lighting up the bridges over 59. Beautiful light show, but how does that address city services? That's another issue where we need total transparency. I think the public has very huge skepticism of city government.
Why?
What y'all report, conflicts of interest, they see waste. You spend $5 million on lighting up the bridges over 59. Beautiful light show, but how does that address city services?
He's got a good point there. I loved what they did with those lights, though. That is really nice. I really like that. But at the same time, it just shows where their priorities are. Because right over there in that same area, you got a whole bunch of homeless people who are living. Like they get to look up at the beautiful lights, but they ain't got nowhere to go, nothing to eat, and all of this. And then we got the eyesores of watching these tent um, these tent towns, these tinsel towns all over the place, and worried about somebody bothering us and asking us for money going through the same area.
Yeah. But hey, man, that's seem that that's going to continue, especially in certain areas, because I mean the leadership is not, they're not looking at the important, like the severity, like, I think that there's some parts of our government, regardless of party, that has a focus that's really trying to help the people. And if they do, if they speak against the thing that they've been fighting, that they're fighting for, oh, let's just use the lights. So, hey, nah, we don't need to do these lights. We need to do X amount, X, this, that, and the other. It's like, oh, you're racist, or you're discriminating against these people. You don't want them to have it. Like, well, how about, what I'm saying? Like, there's, 10,000 people starving and about to freeze this winter. How about we focus a couple of $1 billion on doing something for them? And what I'm saying? Like, a lot of times we don't hear about, some of these bills that might actually help the homeless, because that's not the popular thing to talk about on the news, because that would mean like we get other people, like the majority of people aware, then we say, oh, so we could do something about that. Then
It
you know what I'm
changes
saying?
the
Like,
narrative. And so, yeah, and what he mentioned also related to what you're saying is transparency, as far as us knowing what they're doing about with the money, and having us have some kind of say so about what they're doing with the money. We live in the future, man. They could send us some apps. We can all like download some kind of app, and they could have us kind of like vote through the app on how some funds are appropriated and stuff like that. Like, we could have a more interactive type of deal related to how our tax dollars are spent, and I think a lot of people would be on board with that. Like, regardless of actually going out and voting, like, that's beside the point. Go and vote for who's in office, who's your representative or whatever, and then they're supposed to appropriate the funds and to represent you or whatever. But we can go a step beyond that, and whether you voted or not, and you have that app, and you can have some kind of say so in how they decide to spend the funds. Let me read this. It says, in the first one-on-one interview, ABC sits down with Mayor-elect John Whitmire, who does not hold back about the city's issues and promises transparency from City Hall. I believe it when I see it. Another comment says, day 32 of commenting on all the news outlets until the water bill issue is fixed in Houston. Give this comment a like for your water bill went up over $100. That's one of the things people have been talking about. And the present mayor, he had a news conference just the other day talking about he was going to do something related to the water bills. And here in my apartments, just last week, they came in and changed out the machine for the toilet, inside the toilet, and they changed out my shower head and all of that. And they were like, and then it's a label on my toilet that says, don't double flush, or the toilet will lock up and won't flush at all. And like these rules on how to flush the toilet and shit. And it's like, we already paying for the damn water. And then it's like, I don't know how I feel about them telling me how to flush my damn toilet, and I mean, it doesn't really make sense, because the toilets were kind of like running. I would hear them going when nobody's in there or whatever. And it's like, I'm paying the water bill. I'm paying extra money because your damn toilet is running. And like, so what the hell? Like, and then what benefit? Because the label said we're committed to saving the environment and using less water or whatever. It's like, do they really care about that, or is it about the money? Because we're paying the water bill, yes, but they are doing some shady shit when it comes to that. Like, nobody looks at how much water they actually use or whatever. I mean, like, it shows on the thing, but how do we know that that's what it really is? And I think just like they do with electricity, I think in these apartment buildings, they be splitting up that shit between us that's there. Like, you know what I mean? Determining what we pay. And I don't know, it's some kind of, I don't really get my finger on it, but there's some kind of scam related to the water usage and electricity usage in these buildings. And the apartment buildings, some benefit from this shit some kind of way. Because otherwise, why would they care? Because you're just paying for what you use.
Well, what the apartments do is they'll buy a bulk amount or they'll pay a certain rate on a small scale, but then you pay retail rate. So they get that 10, 15 cents off and you pay the full price and then they get to scam that off the top.
Yeah, I figured there's something shady with that. It's got to be like, I know that we're using less water, I figure they're making more money because I know that it's not the environment that they care about. Like, you can't tell me that that's the reason.
Say plus in the apartment complex, like I say, they buy the power at a bulk price, and then they meter it out to the individual units. But they add some because all the power that's used to light the grounds and all that stuff is added into and then divided amongst all the people that are renting it as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, shady. It's like the house always wins, so they're gonna freaking benefit from it for sure. Let me read another comment. It says, "Damn, bro, already taking down the lights in the city. Wait, damn, bro, already trying to take the lights down. It's a city tourist attraction. We ain't got much else." I feel him on this comment because I really do like those lights. I think they're pretty cool. I hope he doesn't take them down. They're pretty cool. Another comment says, yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. All right, my bad.
It says, "Okay, all this talking, roll up your sleeves and get to work, Johnny." It's like he's still campaigning. Yeah, bro, get to work, man. Let's see what you can do. One more comment. It says, "I want my streets fixed. My street hasn't been replaced since the late 1990s. We don't have a curb anymore. All the roads need to be restripped. Highway signage, reflective letters have peeled off. Water bill is never the same with no difference in usage. Don't blame the news. Blame City Hall."
And dirty water, like it's the water's like horrible. Like, all right, my bad.
He did mention that. I covered in the show last night, I want to say, the clips of him right after he won. That was one of the things he mentioned. He said, in a city like ours, we shouldn't have to boil our water, and stuff like that. So
Yeah, and we had a couple of different incidents that put us out of service a couple of times based on something that happened in one area, and it's like,
yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, well, they're telling the whole city to boil when it's really only affecting a part of the city, or excuse me, only should be affecting a part of the city.
Yeah. So then there goes the shady part, because then maybe they don't know, like, these damn old ass pipes, that's the problem. Like, some of these pipes been down since the 20s, man. This is ridiculous.
Say, man, look, I'm thinking of, like, just for me and my brother talking, and things that just trying to have my mom's house straight. Like, it's a 50-year-old crib, and like the plumbing, the electrical, like stuff like that wears out, bro. Like, if we looking at it on such a micro level, I know this like our government, like, we got to be looking at the same thing, and then there's like different things that could probably be done so that it lasts longer, but
it's gonna have to be maintained and maintenance, and at some point things have to be replaced. Like, you can't just maintain it forever.
Yeah.
At some point it has to be replaced,
and it probably becomes more expensive to maintain. Because I mean, if you think about it, you get to certain things in the house, like you're trying to fix something at the house, you got a hot water heater that's broke on you 10 times, and you keep trying to fix the same one over and over and over and over again. Yeah, you probably spent more money than it costs for you to just get a new one.
And
the only appliances that last that long are those 1970s refrigerators.
And that's the problem. Because even with us,
you know the one I'm talking about.
Oh, hell yeah,
those green ones.
They had different colors. That green, that ugly ass green, and that gold, like I forget, like a yellow Jewish one. But
Yeah, well,
you
we
talk.
we lived on military bases. Ours was always the green one.
Oh,
And,
okay.
and that's the problem, because even with us, when we look at things, we only have certain amount of money for a budget. So we rather spend the money to maintain, because it's only that amount that we're spending, a smaller amount up front, instead of spending that huge amount that it would cost to replace it. And like you say, macro to micro, the government is looking at it the same way. They don't want to put that huge amount of money up front. They'd rather just spend a little bit to make it to next week looking at.
Yeah. Well.
It's kicking the can down the road.
Well, and then they spend money on things that is not really necessary. Like, okay, let's calculate all these things that we're not getting a return on, and let's just focus on spending that money on things that we can make the living situation for everybody better, because it's not just about being able to do the things in the areas where the rich people live or the middle class live. Like the people who don't get as much tax money probably needs more push to their areas so that they can, like, because I mean, we're talking about if we really care about everybody as for in the city, you know it's gonna overall, even those areas that don't get as much tax dollars can still affect the ones in the rich neighborhoods. So like this is like should be bipartisan as far as I'm concerned. Like that's something that affects everybody, and when things go crazy in the less fortunate areas, it still affects those who are in the rich areas. Like I don't see how that's so hard to see.
Hey, that's one of the reasons why I've spent 90% of my time in Houston living off of Westheimer. Because if the power goes out, Westheimer is the second one that comes on after the hospital circuits. Because that's where the money is, up and down Westheimer.
Yeah.
And
I
then
guess it
Richmond
depends
comes
on.
back up. Of course, first it's that little area right there. I can't remember the name of it right offhand. Just inside the Galleria area. Then it's the Galleria area, and then the rest of Westheimer will light up. Harvey, back when we had Harvey, man, that proved it. Richmond stayed off for 9 days. Westheimer was back on in 3.
Yeah. Let's play this. Check this out.
So I'm thinking we send her to jail. Just as a heads up, we lost about $3.8 trillion this year in military spending that we're currently not able to track. Oh, yeah. We also have about $5 trillion that we spent during the pandemic that we don't really know where it went. On that note, we have a $30 million F-35 fighter jet that we're actually not able to track right now either. It got lost. Speaking of missing money, there is this single mother in Alabama who hasn't paid us $2.12. So I'm thinking we send her to jail.
This is the state of affairs. These things that this dude said are all the way 100% true. This isn't hyperbole. Yeah. This isn't, this isn't made up. These are actual real numbers that are real.
Yeah,
true.
well, yeah, and because I mean, he kind of caught me, caught me up on the end. But while he was saying those numbers, I was just thinking, like, what if all of that stuff would have happened on Trump's watch? Like all of this spending that's going on with Ukraine and Israel and this, that, and the other. I wonder how much crap, like would they give him as much leeway as they've given Biden?
It wouldn't have happened because he's a better businessman than these people are.
You guys are missing it. The president is one branch of the government. He don't have control over these.
You're taking that
you're
to
right.
that generic argument too far. It is right, but he is a better businessman. We wouldn't be in the situations we are right now for them to be able to launder the money, is what I'm saying. He's a negotiator. He doesn't throw money at a problem until it goes away.
And my thing is that it would have been because I get your point because we can go back to
I was about to say George W.
yeah,
Bush was in office when they lost a
but
whole bunch of
but
money.
yeah, but he's one of them. He's a neocon or neo-lib, whatever you want to call him. He's a that. He's one of them. Like they're part of the same. Like we talked about. Like it doesn't matter the party that they under. They all have. There's certain ones in the government that are under the same, have the same goal.
Yeah, but
Like
the
this is a
president does
continuous.
have a lot
This
of
is
power, but we're giving these people way too much credit
no.
for the amount of power that
Okay,
they
stop.
have.
Look at everything
I,
there. U.S. Treasury, all of that money they lost, every single bit of that, well, except the Treasury itself, has to do with us being involved in foreign conflict. What did 45 do? He got us out of foreign conflicts like that.
yeah. I
And
mean,
how long did it take for this administration to have us in the middle of another
back in
one of
order.
those conflicts? What,
Yeah.
6 months maybe?
It was almost like, okay, because I mean the whole thing is to continue to push up the budget, because I know some people don't look at that as being a big deal. Oh, they can just print some more money, but they don't realize how that actually changes when the value of the dollar continues to change. The more you print, and it has to be assessed in one way or another. So I mean, we get the backlash. Like we have to deal with the repercussions of all of the movement that's happening, regardless if they can print more or not. Like the price of eggs is still, more than what they should be because of all of these other things, the fuel, like everything else. So we end up paying more, whether it's being taxed directly out of our pockets or if it's being taxed when we spend, when we're actually spending somewhere. So overall, the fine tooth comb that they would, I feel they would use if it was somebody who was not a part of the establishment, the way that, like I said, like with Trump, because that was my main thing, is that because he doesn't necessarily go right along with everything that they say and want to do or whatever, they would probably give him a harder time. Like, and these wars are, I think a lot of times they start these wars so that they can, steal money.
Money launder. That I agree with that wholeheartedly. But the U.S. Navy losing a fighter jet or creating a airplane that's immediately obsolete isn't necessarily connected to us being in the wars. And the U.S. Treasury printing up dollars isn't necessarily connected to us being in the wars, is what I'm saying. You guys are giving the president way too much credit.
No, I said that about the Treasury, but the plane, absolutely, because we wouldn't be ordering and needing these next gen planes if it wasn't for constant conflict.
Well, and we're saying losing a plane. I mean, we're losing whatever the value, the dollar amount of that plane, something that we won't be able to use anywhere else because that money is gone now. So, I mean, we're talking about wins and losses. We're talking about the valuation of, what we can do and what we cannot now do because of our, where we stand in our budget. So, right, losing a plane is not, just because it's the United States doesn't mean we didn't just lose a freaking plane. That's probably what, $20 million. Just, we ain't talking about some damn crop duster. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that ain't cheap. You know what I'm saying? So, what are we talking about? Because we talking about millions of dollars, and every time something's going down with the military budget. So I mean, we can't keep acting like these little, like everything is no big deal. It is a big deal, and because I mean, if we handled our home budget the same way we talk about the government budget, bro, you'd be homeless. Oh, no big deal. We just lost another $25 million or $50 million. How many times that's got to happen before we done?
And just to point out too, that missing plane was found.
Well, I'm sure it was, but my
It was
look,
found all over the South Carolina, all over the South Carolina land.
yeah, and I mean we're still also talking about something that's not supposed to be our war. You know what I'm
Well,
saying? This is
what
not even a U.S. war, but we're losing money every day just as if it was.
the real problem with that particular plane that's being addressed is the fact that it's a stealth fighter, that the stealth doesn't work on it. So
Okay.
it literally was obsolete to new technology from the time
As
it
soon
got
as it got
developed and
finished
ordered,
production.
and to the time that it was ordered, or when it was ordered and they started building it, it couldn't be seen. Since then, there's been updates in technology that break the stealth problem.
Hmm.
The funny
I'm
thing
sure.
is, we developed that technology, and it was
Hmm.
leaked, or I say leaked. It was stolen by the Chinese.
Well, I mean they build
And
most of the stuff that we have.
dude, their spy industry is so far ahead of ours. I
Oh
mean, they
yeah.
are the James Bonds of the 2020s, not the we aren't.
Well, no, say, bro, when we really look at our education system, like, I mean, there's more indoctrinated people in our school system than we have people who actually learn, like, like, are like, really figure things out on their own. It's like,
No, we're training drones. We're not training innovators.
no, we're not. For the most part, I'm not shitting on academia, okay?
Oh no,
But what
this
I'm
is this
saying,
is
well,
a sweeping
but
in general comment, not
yeah.
Yeah, y'all were attacking me personally. I felt it. I'm just joking.
But no, that's why I was like, before my brother start thinking I'm trying to shit on him. No, I'm not. But but for the most part, I mean, when we're talking about math and sciences, like, bro, like, we raising up a brand new generation. Like, this is probably like generation number 2. You just so happen to be going to school with another generation that's like not big on the reading thing, even being academics. Like, bruh.
Yeah.
But I mean, I mean, I think that the math and sciences are like strictly, like, really important for these days. Shoot, we need somebody who understand these ones and zeros, and the quantum computer ain't gonna be no need because they ain't got nobody smart enough to utilize it.
well. Now everything's practically programmed with a graphic interface, a tool to do it graphically instead of actually programmed in hardcore line by line. Because nobody
Well,
wants to do that anymore. It's easier to have a computer have all the little pieces and then put the pieces together.
Well, I must say that a lot of these things, when we see what AI, and what I'm talking about, like, non, like, functional, like, mechanical AI, um it's brilliant, because I mean, honestly, like, it has been, it has learned every time you ask a question in Google, like, the system is learning, it's finding an answer to it. So, or if it doesn't pick it up, already have an answer for it, it's at least has that prompt in order to answer a new question. So, people who've been having jobs for the last 30 years, and that's been solving problems for corporations all this time, like, those answers can be met by AI now. We don't need the human to think of as much as we used to. That's why they could care less if kids read now, because they do intend on using something different for them. But of course, I believe that the human that can do those things will be the most valuable people on planet.
Yeah. You're gonna always have to be able to read. Like that's not
What
gonna
what
ever
but
be
but
obsolete.
but but that's the part. I mean, because we had a bunch of people that they tricked into trying to send everybody to college this, that, and the other, when we could have built up more of a technical, like people that's doing things with their hands, but
Yeah,
we had a
trade
bunch.
schools.
Yeah, so um really we could use more of that now, but really nobody wants to do the hands-on work anymore.
Yeah, and
For
those
them.
those jobs have more staying power than a lot of the new jobs. Like you're gonna always need a plumber, an electrician. You're gonna need an HVAC person. Like this stuff ain't going away no time soon. Like these
Nah.
tech jobs can come and go.
Mm-hmm. But like I said, a lot of these tech jobs have been mastered by humans, but the knowledge has been pushed passed over to, because I mean, regardless of what anybody says, the human brain is still the top. Like it might not be able to move as fast as a computer, but a computer doesn't get its efficiency unless the human puts it there for it to use.
Right. It's got to be programmed, and it can only do what it's been programmed. Let's look at
Yeah.
some headlines. Check it out. It says Texas woman who sought court permission for abortion leaves state for the procedure, attorney says. The announcement came as Kay Cox, whose fetus has a fatal condition, was waiting for the Texas Supreme Court to rule whether she could legally receive an abortion. And I covered this a little bit because it's like it could ruin her womb to the point where she can't have children if she doesn't get this abortion. And that's one of the reasons why they're covering this one, because it points to the fact that the point of the abortion law is to, you know, not kill, but give women the chance to,
senseless abortions.
and
That's what I
so
think the
women
law is
can
mostly for.
make babies. So, but in this one, because they won't let her get the abortion, it could cause her to not have children in the future. So,
No, yeah, this is one whenever we come up with and start talking about this subject, this is one of the ones where even being not a fan of abortion, this falls under what we cover about death of the fetus, death of the mother, something going wrong like that, where they're not going to be able to have kids, rape, incest. Some of those things this is one of those cases that should not even be on the table for a
No.
lawyer to be involved with.
yes, but
No,
Texas
it
is not.
shouldn't. But
Texas is not
well, I
wavering
think that
though, and they're not allowing no exceptions. So even a judge
well,
granted her a reprieve and to go against the law. And then Abbott said, if any doctors do this procedure, then they're going to be consequences. So Texas is not allowing.
so is she able, because I maybe I missed it, but she can't get the abortion?
No, not in Texas. That's
Yeah,
why this headline says she's leaving Texas to go get it done.
Yeah, they're denying her an abortion, even though the fetus is not going to live. That is determined.
They know for certain.
They know for certain that it is a non-viable fetus. It's a fatal condition, and forcing her to carry it to term could potentially risk the chance of her having children again.
Yes.
So, yeah, this one shouldn't even be on the table for the lawyers to have a say in.
Well, and see, and that, because I'm gonna tell you, because I mean, I'm not a one of those that's really for or against, shall I say? I mean, I'm more against abortion, but at the same time, when it comes down to something that's medical, it should be underlined. Like, I mean, even for rare cases, it should come down to the decision of the doctor and and the patient. A lot of this stuff is ridiculous, because if it's going to risk the woman's life at any point, even if if the baby is healthy, and then because she's carrying it for too long, or something's going on, whatever, like the doctor and the patient should be able to decide. If the patient said, well, I'm gonna take the chance and try to carry it, okay, let her carry it. But if if it's that risky that it could mess up her life or even her future life, that should be able to be decided. That's the doctor should be able to advise and leave it up to the woman to decide what she's gonna make her final decision if she wants to try to carry it to term or just
Well, these are the repercussions of this law that we've been passing. And a lot of these laws, Texas isn't the only one that has these like
yeah.
no exception laws related to
Yeah, I don't like
abortion.
the black. I don't like the black and white whiteness of the law. Because if this is a conspiracy, the doctors trying to find ways to get the. Because I mean, I guess that's the part that they're trying to. Maybe the state is trying to be able to limit is that doctors will try to find ways to do abortions without being able to use these special conditions and doing this and that and the third. Okay, I get it to some extent, but I think that it would have to be like this doctor, if he's got 50 of them, 50 of these rare cases that just so happen all the time, then I think that's where it should express some concern. But if he's got one patient, two, you know what I'm saying? Let's just say he deals with 100 patients, and out of his 100 patients, like 10 or 15 or 20, that might be kind of high for how many people have an abortion. But if you got one or two or something like that that ends up with rare conditions, like you need to just let him just do his shit. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Yeah.
Let's look at a couple more headlines. It says former Fox host Tucker Carlson is launching his own streaming network.
Oh, really?
That's interesting.
I don't think it's gonna do that well.
Another headline, it says the Supreme Court rejects an appeal over bans on conversion therapy for LGBTQ plus children. So the Supreme Court rejects an appeal over bans on conversion therapy for LGBTQ plus children. So that means that the Supreme Court is allowing the ban of conversion therapy.
Allowing the ban?
Yeah, so upholding the ban. So
Yeah.
yeah,
I mean,
that's not surprising, given the makeup of the Supreme Court.
yeah, but I guess it's really still just opinion based for me, but hey, children shouldn't be having those kind of surgeries, and if it's really that special of a case, I mean, like this should be a rare thing. Like this, if it's really that important to get done, then there should be some way for the parents, if they really have the autonomy that they, that humans have, then there should be a way around it. But to me, it's just like, how does a child even really know without somebody giving them the influence that this is what they are, what they're not, and what they should be, this, that, and the other. Like, bro, I went to college and like I thought I wanted to be something, and I was finding out later on that I don't want to be that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just, and I was in my teens. You know what I'm saying? I was 19 years old. So you expect I don't know. All right, I'm gonna let it slide. I'm gonna keep it moving.
Check this out. It says Wisconsin Republican leader stands by fake Trump elector, will keep him on elections commission. So
what makes him a fake elector?
Yeah, so that came out. I covered something about this.
I saw that.
I think I covered it in another show.
But my thing is, that's something that they put into the public. What identifies this person as a fake elector than just an elector?
Because he was posing as something that he wasn't.
So this is somebody who's not because that's gonna say, because a lot of the jargon, the terminology that I hear, I don't see where it like where it derived and why they're using it. I'm just trying to see. So this is somebody who has nothing to do with the electoral process. He's just somebody appointed him, or he appointed himself. Like, what's what's really happening. I don't get it. So that's why I'm trying to find out before I really try to have a firm opinion about the whole deal.
Let's see if we can find something that'll cover this quickly. I'm gonna look and see if I can search it really quickly.
Yeah, if you
Because
want to come back,
it's
we
more than
can,
one
but
it's more than one court case that's going on right now and
yeah.
related. And these people were found to, you know, they were trying to give Trump the presidency, and you know they didn't have no jurisdiction, and they got found guilty for this. Let's see. Fox News 11. Wait, hold on. Let's see. What is this one?
Wisconsin casts its 10 electoral votes.
Just as Wisconsin's Democratic electors met in the state capitol to certify Joe Biden's win, privately in another room inside the Capitol, 10 Republican electors were meeting too, as described by one elector shortly after on his podcast.
Drove to a secret meeting place in Madison and met all the other electors there. There was security, armed security to protect us, and other officials from the Republican Party of Wisconsin were there.
The Republican electors signed documents claiming Trump won Wisconsin when he didn't, submitting the paperwork to Congress and Wisconsin's Secretary of State.
They brought them to the office, and I smiled and put them in a drawer and forgot about them.
The electors, 10 Republicans, including the state party chairman at the time, Andrew Hitt, and Bob Spindell, a current member of the Wisconsin Elections Commission. The others, mostly county or party leaders. A typically mundane yet prominent process picked by both parties to officially send Wisconsin's 10 electoral votes to Congress should their candidate win. In the new indictment, federal prosecutors say the scheme was orchestrated from the highest levels of the Trump campaign. It was even called the Wisconsin Memo to convince electors in 7 states Trump lost to submit paperwork to deliver to Vice President Mike Pence. Now, federal prosecutors saying some fraudulent electors were tricked into participating based on the understanding that their votes would be used only if the defendant succeeded in lawsuits within their state, which the defendant never did. Hitt testifying before the January 6th committee.
I was told that these would only count if a court ruled in our favor. So that would have been using our electors. It would have been using our electors in ways that we weren't told about.
Matt, you also have a new statement tonight from the executive director of the Republican Party of Wisconsin.
Mark Jefferson saying in a statement to 12 News this afternoon, quote, "We were not informed of any use of the alternate electors contrary to preserving the legal strategy and would have never approved any other use."
Matt Smith reporting live in the newsroom.
So a lot of people were, you know, the Trump supporters are all like, you know, Biden stole the election or whatever. But you have these cases that are showing that it was the other side who was attempting to steal the election. And here is an example of it right here. And they got found guilty for this stuff. Like, you know, this is evidence. So what they were trying to do was they figured, you know, Trump had appointed all of these judges. And they figured, you know, even if what we were doing was shady, if it landed in the court system, the judges would side with us. And then that way we can be successful in what we're trying to do.
Okay, so they set up something to where they have these electors that are, I guess, on reserve if needed. Or like you said, they was appointed judges.
They're not. They're not. The elector part is they're not electors at all. You know, they weren't. They were just pretending to be, and then they filed, you know, paperwork as though they were. So, and that's what they got found guilty of doing, and things didn't go the way that they thought that they would. So That's what happened.
Okay. And that was in Wisconsin, because I know that was one of the places where I know they had that was, I guess, somewhat questionable, at least to some, during the voting process or whatever. So, okay, because like I said, I didn't understand it, because I've been trying to figure out myself, like, what makes somebody a fake electoral. You know what I'm saying? Like, how does that, if they're an electoral, at what point does it make them a fake one? So okay, I guess I have a little more context on that. But
Yeah,
that
let's
is
play it.
just Wisconsin.
We
Yeah.
are less.
That's just one of the states. It happened in
We
a
are less
couple
than
of states. Let me play this one. Check this out.
24 hours away
The
from a
same story
historical.
played out in different states.
Very similar story. Yes.
Okay.
We are less than 24 hours away from an historic arraignment for the former president, now charged with his second set of federal crimes. He'll face a judge tomorrow as part of the special counsel's investigation into a plot to illegally overturn the 2020 election to try to keep Mr. Trump in power. A key part of it all, the so-called fake elector scheme. You may have been hearing about it, right? People talking about it, throwing off the phrase fake electors, etc. But in tonight's breakdown, we're explaining what a fake elector is and how this unfolded. You probably know how a presidential election works. Voters in all 50 states head to the polls to choose who they want as president. If enough voters back a certain candidate, that candidate gets electoral college votes from that state. The winner needs 270. That's the magic number.
Here's the road to 270.
So that's what you see on TV. You typically don't see what happens next because it's usually a formality, as members of the Electoral College pick it up from there. Those members, called electors, are selected by state parties months before Election Day. After every presidential election in December, each state gathers together electors from whichever party won the popular vote in that state. Those folks meet and send an official certificate to the National Archives and to Congress. They look like these, and they basically say, okay, this is who gets our state's electoral college votes. It's pretty ceremonial. Except in 2020. That's when the former president and his allies got to work convincing loyalists in 7 states that they should back Republican electors in key battlegrounds won by the Democrat in the race, Joe Biden. The focus on Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Wisconsin, New Mexico, and Pennsylvania. Some of those so-called fake electors showed up at state capitals where the real electors were meeting. They even created phony certificates like the ones you see here. The goal, apparently, to send through this fake slate of electors to Congress, where the vice president presides over the official count. The thinking seemed to be that then VP Mike Pence could grant Mr. Trump the disputed electoral votes or send the issue back to the states, opening the door to keeping Mr. Trump in power. You probably know what happened next. Pence rejected the scheme, citing the Constitution.
President Donald J. Trump!
And Mr. Trump on the National Mall told his supporters the election was being stolen. It was not.
We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
Remember, by that time, most of Mr. Trump's election challenges had been thrown out in court, and his own attorney general had declared no evidence of widespread fraud. Some defenders of the former president have pointed to one historical example, they say, the 1960 presidential election. That's when the votes in the state of Hawaii were so close between John F. Kennedy and Richard Nixon, even a month after Election Day, that both slates of electors, the Democrats and Republicans, offered up their votes at the post-Election Day meeting. The big difference, as experts point out, the results in Hawaii were actually in question, something that was not the case in 2020.
So the only way to get the electoral votes from one party is that that party has to get the most popular votes, right? Because I mean, isn't there sometimes when you don't get the popular vote that you that president might still win?
That's only if that no. That doesn't happen. You're thinking of the Electoral College. That happens nationally.
There are 2 or 3 states that will also divide their electoral votes in an equal amount to the percentage of votes. So if it's 60% one, 40% the other, they will divide their votes that way. Like if they got 5 votes, they'll go 3 one way, 2 the other.
Gotcha.
Yeah, these are the electors that go to Washington, and when they sit around and go, Texas, how do you vote? We vote 13 Trump. You know, Michigan, how do you vote? We vote 7 Biden. It's those guys that they're trying to throw into conflict as to what their proper vote should be. Because at that point in time, the person in charge of the chamber is the one who can award any leftover or contended votes. And in this case, that would have been Pence.
Gotcha.
And that's part of the reason why when January 6th happened, they were in there looking for Pence. And they were so upset about Pence is because they were banking on Pence riding with Trump on this. And Pence famously said, I'm going to side with the Constitution and not with Trump. And
as much as I don't like Pence, I salute him for that.
And that's why they came in on January 6th wanting his head.
Yeah.
I don't know if all that happened, bro.
I'm not. I'm not agreeing with the wanting his head.
Yeah, I mean, but I mean, there's no proof that really happened. That's a narrative that was going on like this. I mean, that's just.
No, I know people went in there, and I know there were some people in there, like the Proud Boys and stuff like that, that were in there for nefarious reasons.
Yeah, I mean, did you see the thing where they showed that they got like the what you call it, Antifa was escorted into the that whole, like, because this is like not just one little block, like this is right in the middle of like of DC when all this is happening. Like they got escorted by police in there. But
well, I know they showed the footage of Shaman guy getting walked
identified
around.
As, huh?
I remember they showed the footage. Tucker
I mean,
Carlson broke the video of the Shaman guy getting escorted around.
I don't know. You're breaking up on my end. I couldn't understand nothing you just said. I don't know how it is on the show, if it's just me.
Yeah, I can hear him clear. He said that he said that the shaman was got escorted around. Let's cover this right here. Check it out. It says Special Counsel Jack Smith asks the Supreme Court to rule quickly on whether Trump can be prosecuted. Well, you know this is going to get drawn out and dragged out. The election is coming. It's election year. So, you know, it's too late at this point. If they want to do it, they should have done it already.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to tell you, bro, like, please just look, just arrest him. Like, look, put him and Joe Biden in cells next door to each other. You know, like, let them be able to play chess together. Like, you know, some shit. Even look, put them in a ring and let them fight, let them box it out.
No.
Damn, bro.
I don't know, man. I don't trust Kamala to run the country for a year.
Well, it'll be
nobody
Hunter Biden.
That's the only, bro. That's the only reason why. No, both of them, like both. Well,
Yeah, Kamala is the only reason.
Because see, Hunter. The whole thing with the Hunter thing is that he probably wouldn't do jail time mainly because his dad is the president, but you know, being able to connect because of the connections that Hunter has is what's gonna you know, put Joe Biden in a tough spot, or the things that they have already proven is putting him in that position. So
well,
I mean, he probably won't see.
They got new indictments for Hunter for tax evasion, so his ass liable to be. His ass liable to be sitting down. He liable to do some time behind this.
Well, see, the thing is that because him being being a private citizen, he's probably more, probably can get off the, off quicker than his dad, but because his dad had a responsibility to the country, and he's more than likely have committed treason, making
Yeah.
deals with these countries to be able to,
But presently, there's no charges for Biden
no, not
criminally.
no,
But
they
there
but
are
see, that's the
for,
thing.
for Hunter, and that's how they got the mafia is tax evasion. Like that's a case
Well,
that's hard to
it's
beat.
definitely a RICO going on, through the Biden family. But the reason and how all this stuff was able to be able to happen, because like Burisma, they said like the Hunter has no experience, but he's over here on the board of this country, this fuel company in Ukraine.
Yeah, but
And he's
that's
got
not illegal. But making this money and not paying taxes on it, which he made when he was on the board for Burisma,
but
is
what's
illegal.
even worse, yes, but what's even worse is the reason why he was getting the money. Like that's
Yeah,
where
but that shows corruption or whatever. But they're charging them with tax evasion, which is clearly illegal, and they can prove this. They know how much money he made.
but
It's
that
all in the
charge is
books.
only that charge is only so that they can have a chance to look deeper into his finances, so that they can show, because I mean they already have a lot more proof than what they telling people on the news, on the regular mainstream. But when you really unfold, like if you watch the C-SPAN, the Forbes, like these people already have enough proof. Really, they just was doing enough to be able to get subpoena his bank records, so that they can really show where the movement happened and where it came from, who was it split up with, this, that, and the third. So
Well,
yeah,
me and Doc talked about this in the other show, and we think that this case is a way to shield him from a even more serious case, because once this goes in, then they can seal all of that information, so which nobody will have access to it, because it'll be connected to this particular indictment.
Well, look, I really feel like when I say establishment, because I think they've even the Democrats have had enough of Joe Biden, so they're even feeding enough information for them to be able to say, okay, make him so he can't be voted for, just like what they're trying to do with Trump. They're trying to make them both unelectable. So
as far as I'm concerned, they already are.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. But that's the move that they're making, because at one point, like there's no, like a lot of this stuff would not come out, and that's even from a lot of the Republicans couldn't even get to some of these things, because the DOJ and the FBI was not releasing anything. They was holding the wraps on all of it. But just so happens that now a lot of it's coming out. So if you're really paying attention, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, they're really trying to make both of them unelectable, and I think it's more so Joe Biden than Trump. Like,
I don't think they got to put much effort in making Joe Biden unelectable. Let me play this. Check it out. It says Jack Smith asked SCOTUS for Trump immunity ruling.
Special counsel Jack Smith has asked the United States Supreme Court to weigh in on the question of whether former President Donald Trump is immune from prosecution in the federal case charging him with plotting to overturn the 2020 presidential election. This is a legally untested question. There's nothing in the Constitution or the case law that talks about whether a former president can be charged. And so the special counsel's office wants an expedited, rapid determination from the Supreme Court, the highest court in the land, to determine once and for all that, in fact, a former president is not exempt from prosecution, and that there are situations in which a former commander-in-chief can, in fact, be indicted and can, in fact, be put on trial. All the parties here are operating on a ticking clock. The trial is scheduled to start next March, but of course the presidential election is also scheduled for the fall of 2024. In a desire to resolve these questions once and for all, and have a final say from the top court in the land, Jack Smith decided to go right straight ahead to the Supreme Court to make sure there was no ambiguity and no second guessing. And that's not normally the way the process would work. Normally, you would ask the DC Appeals Court, the circuit court here, for that. And so now he's asking the Supreme Court instead. It would be unusual, and in fact, there's really not much time for the Supreme Court to add a new case to the docket and to decide it under the time frame that Jack Smith wants. So this is really unclear exactly what's going to happen. But in order to hedge his bet, Jack Smith is also simultaneously asking for the appeals court to expedite taking up this issue too, in the event that the Supreme Court does not.
Yeah, the chances of this getting seen by the Supreme Court is very, very low. They move slow historically, and we're already in the election year.
Depends on what the conversation is, but honestly, I mean, just based on my understanding of law, like they have too many things to prove definitively to be able to say that, he should, be convicted on something that is still like, if they could have proved it a long time ago, the evidence would be there and visible, but they can't. They have to prove that he purposely, like, because I mean he's following a lawyer's advice in a lot of these different, not just cases, but as his advisors. So if his lawyers are responsible for some of the decisions that were made, it wouldn't necessarily, you can't necessarily prove that he purposely tried to do anything with J6 for the electors, like all these different things. Like they can't, like it's certain things that I don't think that they'll be able to prove.
Well, we'll see, because you got court cases pending.
Yeah, but court cases happen all the time. That's bullshit. I mean, we should know that more than anybody as far as the black community, because shit, people going to jail for no damn reason all the time. So I mean, bringing somebody through court doesn't necessarily mean that you're, guilty or innocent. You know what I'm saying? So,
well, you are innocent when you're in court until you're proven guilty. At least that's the way it's supposed to work.
Well, I mean, that system has changed a long time too. Like, I mean, at one point it was up to the prosecutors to prove that the person is wrong, but now a lot of times the prosecuted has to prove that they're not. You know what I'm saying? So like, there's a lot of these things within.
Yeah, that's a return back to English law, as far as I'm concerned.
Return back to what?
To English law. Yeah, back before we sailed over this way. That's one of the reasons we got away from England, was to get away from laws like that, where you're guilty until proven innocent.
No, well, you've never been away from that, because I mean, you've still been under the crown, even though that they tell us that they're not. The Vatican and the crown own this place still, for the most part. But so did Chaka step away for a minute? And I apologize. Well, I know, you my boy and all, but I hadn't even said hello to you, Mr. Doc. You been doing all right? Doc. Oh, he must have stepped away too.
I'm here. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry.
No, I'm here. I didn't realize I was muted.
Okay.
Yeah, man. Well, welcome back to the show. By the way, I've been saying the last 3 times I've been on, it's like, man, I miss Pat, man.
Yeah, I
Even
texted.
though he talks
Man,
in
I've been missing
paragraphs,
y'all fellas
I
too.
miss him.
Yeah, it's so hard to do
Hey,
reels with his
hey,
clip.
look,
It's impossible to make clips out of Pat. But it's just- yeah, I
well,
We'll get
texted
you
hey,
Pat
some video.
earlier.
We'll get you some video editing software where you can make longer ones.
Yeah, we could speed
oh,
up
for
his
me?
part or something. No, he's talking about me. Yeah,
Oh,
I texted Pat and told him, man, we miss you on the show. We need to get you on the show. So that's kind of how today happened.
wow.
Yeah. So that's where
Well,
we
like I
are.
said, I miss you guys too, man. You know, look, I know I'm one of the bigger headaches on the show, but you know, still, I guess good to be missed. You know,
Yeah.
It's hard for me to be
good,
middle
good.
ground when there's nobody on each side.
Yeah. We need more conflict on the show. It's entertaining to the people who are watching.
Well, you know, I'm about that. I'm about that mess. My my brother gave me a new nickname, and that's Messy P.
Yeah.
That's for another reason, but you know, but still in all, call me Messy P. So
Let's do some Instagram reels here. Oh, check this out. This heist right here made me think of Ocean's 11. But this is a real life deal. Let me play this for y'all. And these people got away with it, and they think it's the same.
Hey, hold on a second. Check your Rumble feed. I don't see the live broadcast rolling in there.
Yeah, it's not on Rumble. Rumble was when I got ready to do the show, the site was freezing up, and I just didn't have time to. I didn't have the patience to wait for it to open.
Okay. They've been having some attacks on their server and stuff recently.
Okay, that makes sense.
The other night, someone had hacked them to where the authorization certificate wasn't it said invalid or expired certificate of authorization, so it wouldn't let you go through.
That's crazy. So we got some haters, some people that's hating on Rumble haters. Yeah, so I tried to do it, and the site, it wouldn't open up. And I ran out of patience and just said, screw it. I'm gonna just roll on without Rumble today.
Fair enough. I'm just checking our stuff, man.
Yeah, and it'll post from one of these YouTube channels. It'll post the show on Rumble anyways. It automatically does after the show is over. It's just Rumble won't take it live.
If we can, let's get A King's email, or like, since this one's kind of an unscripted, unplanned one, send him a message saying, hey, by the way, we're doing a live today when we do it, since he's one of our biggest followers.
You talking about A Smith? He follows on YouTube though. He's not a Rumble watcher. He's a YouTube watcher.
But I mean, like I'm saying,
Oh, I
since
see
he's
what you're
on
saying.
there so much, if you have a way to contact her, you can message him and go, hey, we're doing a show live. You know?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Just a thought.
Let me play this. Y'all check this out. Wait, you got a comment?
well, let me tell you something. Because I'm gonna be pulling into this Walmart DC soon, so I'm gonna be listening, but I might not be able to talk for a minute. But
Okay.
yeah,
Cool, no problem. No worries.
yeah.
Check this out, y'all.
Worth of precious gems stolen from inside a high security vault. And new pictures just released reveal just how these thieves managed to pull off the heist. I'm 48 Hours Crimesiders, Michelle Sagona. Take a look at these unbelievable photos from inside the Hatton Garden Safe Deposit in London. 3 weeks ago on Easter weekend, a team of up to 7 thieves drove this massive hole, measuring about 17 inches wide, through the concrete wall to reach the vault. Reports say the power drill had to weigh at least 77 pounds, and that it probably took the thieves 2 days to get through the wall. Investigators say the suspects likely entered a side door and climbed down a shaft. The vault had been locked down for the long holiday weekend, suggesting that someone from the inside may have been in on the plan. The suspects ransacked through 72 safe deposit boxes, getting away with diamonds, gold, and precious jewels. A surveillance camera captured these images of the suspects as they left the building. looking like they had been doing underground work. They were wearing hard hats, neon vests with the word gas on the back, and other protective equipment. It's possible that no one questioned the men because only a few days before, a gas leak had sparked a large underground fire. Investigators are questioning whether the same team pulled off a similar heist in Berlin in January 2013. In that case, the thieves broke through a 3-foot thick concrete wall to get into a secure room. Officials say the outside of the building had no sign of forced entry, meaning that someone either let them in or the thieves had a key. On the Hatton Garden Safe Deposits website, they tout themselves as one of the most successful safe deposit companies in all of London. Be sure to head to our website for updates on this investigation. And for 48 Hours Crime-Sider, I'm Michelle Sigona.
Man, just imagine the amount of planning, the amount of freaking equipment and expertise it took to do this. I'm not condoning any illegal activity, you guys. So just I have the disclaimer on that.
I feel bad for the people and not the companies that lost it. The insurance people, I'm glad they're about to get spanked. But as far as the guys that pulled it off, I got to tip my hat. Well done.
I would say,
Well
like,
done.
how come I don't know no people that's connected like that? Shit,
It sounds like a plot from Ocean's 11, man.
bruh.
Yeah, man. Like they pulled that off, didn't they?
I mean, it looked like it's like, shoot, it's foolproof.
Let's read some comments. It says, y'all think someone from the inside helped with this? Most likely.
No doubt. That's unquestionable. That's like no question.
Another comment, it says, congratulations to the thieves for their immaculate scoping, planning, execution, and clean getaway. Another comment, it says, they already released the names of the guys. It was Michael DeSanta, Franklin Clinton, and Trevor Phillips. Oh, so they know who they are. So I guess it won't be long now. Wait, it says they got caught and all over 60. So they got caught. He said they're all over 60, old dudes.
Dude, you do realize who those three names are, don't you?
No.
They're the main characters in GTA 5.
Ugh. So those are fake
Michael
names?
DeSanta, the Hollywood guy, Franklin Clinton, the crazy guy, and Trevor Phillips, the black guy from GTA 5.
So do you think that GTA was inspired by this? Or was it the other way around?
Grand Theft Auto 5, the game that's been out for 10 years.
Yeah, so it could have been that.
No, this is some highly skilled, knowledgeable shit right there. This is high-end robbery and safe cracking. These are some people that know construction. They know what they're doing. They know how to plan. They knew how to get around vibration sensors that they've got. I mean, it took a lot of knowledge and ability to pull this off. I was just saying the comment though that they already released the names. The names he said are the characters in a video game.
Couple more comments. It says, I don't know why, but this makes me happy. It's another comment. It says 3 days to do 3 core drill holes. Yeah, fool. Do you see how thick the freaking brick concrete? This person don't know anything about concrete. Wall.
No, he's saying it should have taken longer.
Oh, okay. Okay.
He's using specifically core drill holes, which they never said that in there. That's the type of that round thing is a core driller.
Right.
It's a core hole. Those things take a while, man. They heat up a lot.
You have to use the water saw, whatever you call it.
And it's the whole thing's 17 inches, so it's basically 1.5 feet wide. So basically, they had to have someone that could squeeze through that too. It looked like you could walk through there.
Yeah,
the way
it's
the
big.
picture was. No, it said 17 inches wide. That's barely. My shoulders couldn't fit in there. And and then they went through, they passed all that. This is some high level genius kind of stuff. This is the stuff they put in movies.
Yeah.
Say this is a team, and like they said, they think they may have done one in Germany too. Which means if we're just hearing about these two, how many others? They're getting popular to the news. I wonder how many others they pulled off that they're still investigating.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they don't like to cover successful heists in the news because they want people to think that people never get away with this stuff. They only want to cover the ones that people got caught. Check this out.
Seen everything, we get called and we know we haven't seen everything.
When I knocked, as soon as I opened that screen, I could smell the foul odor.
Rats greeted them at the back of the townhome. They couldn't find the 76-year-old resident, so Houston police called Texas EquiSearch
Dog did his job.
for Cadaver Dog to find the missing man.
He was down there probably about 4 feet, literally. So I didn't think we was ever going to get all the boxes and stuff away, and they must just all caved in on top of him. Just when we think we've seen everything, we get called, and then we know we haven't seen everything.
When I knocked, as soon as I opened that screen, I could smell the foul odor.
So it says a hoarder was found dead under 4 feet of debris. What a super, super sad story. God, imagine how depressed and sad you have to be. And nobody's checking on this guy. Nobody is like, he obviously didn't have no friends and family. And he had all of that crap in his place. And he literally killed him. All the stuff. How could he even move around in that place? Ugh, so sad. I've seen people's, not as bad as this, but I've seen people who are hoarders and they just kind of got a trail where they can walk through the house and literally everywhere else is stacked up with stuff nearly to the ceiling. It'd be like unopened computers from 1990 and just like completely random stuff. Some of the stuff, like a lot of these people with the hoarders art, it's not trash always. Like even when you look at his thing right here, you see cans of peanuts and jars of stuff. Like it's not all trash. Like it could be brand new stuff that they ordered from Amazon, still in the boxes, never been opened, just stacked up to the ceiling. Can y'all hear me? Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah,
this
I
is
can
really
hear you. I just got back though. Well, I'm gonna be out again in a minute, but
it's really, really sad. Let me read this. ABC 13, it says it is super sad. Nobody is here to claim him or check up on him. Neighbors said that the man in his 70s hadn't been seen in months, and hazmat suits were required to enter the home on Friday. A comment, it says, let me go get rid of stuff in my closet. It's getting ridiculous. Not to say that this is funny, but this should motivate you to like organize your place a little bit. Like we all could probably use, other than us OCD people, could probably use a little bit of more organization. We definitely don't want to get like die in a mountain of our own freaking rubbish. Like, what a horrible way to go. Let me read another comment. It says, if you have never lived with a hoarder or know a person like that, don't comment with jokes or negativity. It's a mental illness, but they don't want to admit it. I've lived it. Pictures never do it justice. Yeah, man, it's mental health issues. And, we have a mental health epidemic in this country that's not being dealt with or not even acknowledged that it's real. Not just the people that are homeless on the street are going through mental health issues. You got people who have high paying jobs and lives in loft apartments who are going through mental health issues. It's a real thing,
shit, they might be going through it more than those others, because I mean, just the stresses of keeping up with the demands of these different these corporations is probably way more stressful than somebody who's already said, "Oh, to hell with them," and living on the street and just doing their own thing. So
Yeah, because I think some of those people that the homeless people that seem crazy or whatever, some of them are not as crazy as you think. They just decided that society is trash and they just don't want to have nothing to do with it.
we decided they're crazy because who would want to go live on the street? But to some extent, it's just like that's kind of like how the world was before all of this stuff happened. It would be considered that way to some extent because somebody who's just living off the land and just kind of wandering and just doing whatever they do, then that's what it would have been beforehand. So they might not be quite as crazy as me and you who get up and trying to be on time to somebody else's stuff to make sure they've accomplished their goals.
Yeah. So like I say, just people who have just rejected our modern society and said that this shit is retarded and crazy and I don't want to have nothing to do with it. I don't blame them. It's the ones that think that way. It is crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Comments, it says, this is why I tell people to check on their parents. I've had my share of homes that were occupied by elderly, and it was so sad to see the conditions their homes were in. Now, that's kind of different from hoarders, because when you get older and you just can't really clean up, you can't really just maintain your home. Like you literally need some help. Like hoarders aren't that. Hoarders are people who just freaking have a bunch of stuff. Like they like I say, I've seen them where it's not really dirty. It's just a clutter,
just a bunch
everywhere.
of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just got they never can just let go of, like, everything kind of has a sentimental value to these people, even though like it may not have any value to anyone else,
It's like people who collect, like collectors, because people collect random ass stuff, and what gives it its value is that there's other people who find it valuable and they're willing to pay for it, but like a lot of people just don't want to separate themselves from certain stuff, and it's like don't want to throw anything away, and just like you run out of space at some point, so you gotta be practical.
Yeah, I might have had until I came to the belief that the more you hold on to things, the less that you're leaving room to gain new things. So I got to the point where, like, shoot, I'm getting rid of this stuff.
I did the same thing. I had a storage unit, and I was paying like $100 a month for it 4 years, and it was like I didn't even go to it like ever, like and it was like, why am I doing this? Like, so at some point I made a decision, and I went through the stuff and just took the very most important stuff that I felt like I needed to keep, and then I got rid of all of the rest of it because I was tired of paying for the storage. And now, like, my closet is mostly empty, man. I'm a bit of a minimalist now.
Yeah.
It's nice to be able to walk all the way into my closet, and not have stuff everywhere. Like it's nice. Yeah. Another comment says, that's crazy. Not even his neighbors. Like, we should care about each other. The name of the show last night was Neighbor Enemy. And it was the idea that somehow society has made us think that our neighbors are our enemies instead of our true enemies. And so, like, and in the Bible, it says, love thy neighbor or whatever, and if you call yourself Christian or whatever, then you care about your neighbor, and you want to check on them every now and then and make sure that they're good. I mean, obviously nobody did that for this guy. You know what I mean? Like, that's the saddest part of this.
Yeah, man. That's somewhat painful because even
if you look at it from self-preservation, you don't want to live next to a building that's full of crap and rats and stinky smells and stuff. That's got to be affecting the neighbors. Like, it's got to be. As bad as this was looking in these pictures, no way in hell it wasn't affecting the neighbors. At the very least, there was rats coming from this apartment and going over there this is a townhome. So at the very least, it was rats going into the neighbors' apartments, and I'm sure they had smells.
Oh yeah. No, I mean, I'm pretty sure like this dude can pretty much disappear because or not be seen or found because of the junk in his house. I mean, and he was too old or like whatever it is, like that wasn't the only thing that was a problem. But my thing too is like if people really, you know, looking for that much guidance from the government, like we're really in trouble because if they really making people believe that our neighbors are our enemies, like are we really like can we even really consider ourselves Americans anymore if we have that kind of belief? Like we're something else if we really going around thinking that, you know, oh, our neighbor is our enemy. Like they're going through the same crap we going through for the most part.
Yeah.
But,
Well, that's how they're trying. That's how they're doing it with the politics. That's how they did it in Germany right before all the bad shit started. They got them to start reporting on their neighbors. Oh, you know, just you don't have to worry if they did anything wrong. If just something looks bad, just let us know. Let somebody know that things don't look right with your neighbors. You know, just like they pulled if you see them out in their backyard not wearing masks and cooking, just let somebody know because that could be a danger to everybody's health.
If it's more than 5 people or 7 people you see walking to your neighbor's house, then let the authorities know, you know, because
and here's the conundrum in California with that. 5 or 7 people all together dressed the same way, i.e. wearing masks, they can be investigated for gang activity.
Crazy.
Because they're all dressed similar.
Crazy.
New York too has gang activity laws. 4 or 5 guys just walking around wearing a face mask, they could pull them over and start asking them all kinds of questions for no normal reason because, well, they're 5 guys walking around all dressed similar.
Let me read this. It says, the mental health crisis is real. Check on your loved ones with support and without judgment. Take care and check on your own mental space, too, before anything gets out of control. It should be on your daily, weekly, monthly, and annual agenda. Please don't be too proud and think nothing needs to be addressed. Life happens every day. Yeah, that's good advice. Those are good words right there. Let's move on. What is this? What is this? James promised to challenge new Georgia voting law. What is this? I'm not sure what this is.
In approved maps with one goal in mind, just to remove me from Congress. This is the same legislature that gerrymandered me, 2 years ago in the last election. And after a federal court actually struck down or ruled against these maps, Georgia Republicans are using this as another opportunity to try and throw me out of Congress. But the fact of the matter is that I will just do and say exactly as I always have. I refuse to allow a few of the extremist Republicans in our Georgia state legislature to determine when my work in Congress is done. I will let the people decide. I'm a mom on a mission, and there's a lot of work yet to be done, and I am going back to Washington. Well, thank you, Reverend Al, because, as you said, just this past week, the GOP-controlled state legislature here in Georgia once again approved maps with one goal in mind, just to remove me from Congress. This is the same legislature that gerrymandered me, 2 years ago in the
So they're talking about, and Georgia is pretty famous for gerrymandering, partisan gerrymandering that they do there. And when we talk about, messing with elections, manipulating the outcomes of elections, the one of the strongest tools to do that is gerrymandering. the way that you draw up these districts is the tool in their toolkit to make outcomes result in a certain way. So it's one of those things that people talk about mail-in votes and people voting double and absentee voting and stuff like that. And that stuff like hardly ever really happens. The way it happens is this through the gerrymandering. And both sides do it. It's not just one side who does this. Both sides do this. It's like fair game in politics, but it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. We can, if people were just more aware of things, then they could put pressure to force them to draw these districts up in more fair ways. But it has to be so egregious and over the top for the law to step in, and they have to be sued, and then they'll have to change up those districts. But across the nation, we have this problem, and most of the time it doesn't get addressed. Just Georgia tends to go all the way over the top, so that's why they tend to be in the news related to this topic. And it really sucks. I wish people were more aware of that. Instead, we like to argue about, I don't know, voter IDs and stuff that have very little impact on the election. There is another way that they affect it, and that's called voter suppression. And they have different ways to like suppress people to go out and vote. And that's another way that they impact the outcome of elections. So those are the two top ways I would say: gerrymandering and different forms of voter suppression. Those have the greatest impact on how the elections turn out.
Don't forget, since we were talking about mental health specifically, let's do our call out to make sure everybody knows how to get some help and someone to talk to. I've dropped it in the private chat for you.
Okay, let me post it right now. If you or someone you know is struggling or in crisis, help is available. Call or text 988 or chat 988. Lifeline.org opens in a new tab. You can also reach crisis text line by texting MHA to 741-741. Yeah, it's a real deal. Mental health is a real deal.
Which you'll notice 741-741 is MHA on your number pad if you remember the old, if you've got the letters there.
Yeah, and it's this time of the year, you know, it's Christmas time. And this is the worst time of the year for people often themselves. You know, people feel lonely, stressed out with bills. You know, I saw a post that said, it was a quote, and it said, no holiday should, how did they say it? I'm gonna mess it up. Basically, the gist of it is, you know, no holiday should stress you out to the point where you're like, you know, not gonna pay your bills or whatever, so that you can like make sure you can buy gifts or whatever. Like, don't let the holidays do that to you. You know, if someone loves you, they really care about you, they're gonna understand, you know. And the presents aren't what's important. Your family and friends and your life is what's important, you know. You can live on to have another Christmas after this one. It's not the end of the world, you know. And these material things that we care so much about, you know, when time goes on, it becomes like nothing, you know. You know, I wish I could buy. I'm kind of broke this year. I don't know how. I got a Christmas tree and I put some lights on it, And but I don't know if it's going to be some gifts underneath that tree this year. I've been making good money, but I'm trying to save up money to pay for school. So, and I have 2 kids, and they're asking for stuff for Christmas. But we're gonna see what happens. I'm gonna do what I can, but I'm not gonna worry about it. It is what it is. They gonna get over it at some point.
Say, you got food. Merry Christmas.
I'm saying, you got me. Merry Christmas. We might just go do something for the holidays, go somewhere and, have some fun.
Say, we'll go to the Museum of Natural Science. It's free.
Yeah, exactly. Not George R. Brown, the Miller Outdoor Theater.
Say, take him to the waterfall at Williams Tower. Have a picnic. Yeah, see, I took you out to eat.
Check this out. It says, former President Trump cancels plans to testify in civil fraud trial. It says, former President Trump says he won't testify in his own defense on Monday in his civil fraud trial. What does it mean? What does it even matter? He won't testify. What impact will that have on the case anyways? Probably just don't want it to make it into more of a circus with them asking questions. I don't know. Probably because they're going to use sound bites and sound clips in the election. He's like, you're not going to feed them. You're not going to feed them any new sound bites. Check this one out. It says, gigantic hole in the sun, wider than 60 Earth, is spewing super fast solar wind right at us. Pretty cool graphic right here. Pretty cool graphic. It says a massive coronal hole wider than 60 Earth has formed on the sun's surface, emitting powerful streams of fast-moving solar radiation towards Earth. This unusual phenomenon, typically seen near the sun's poles, has opened up near the equator, indicating increased solar activity as we approach the solar maximum. Experts predict this could cause moderate geomagnetic storms, potentially leading to radio blackouts and auroras on Earth. Pat, it says device not connected. It's doing something weird. Maybe try to log out and log back in. Comments, it says, can this kill us? Another one, it says, calling it now, this will disrupt the 2024 election. Another one, it says, no wonder the weather has been changing drastically. It seems warmer than it should be for some years now. Another one that says, it looks like Palestine on the Palestine map. It says, Jesus is coming soon. Repent before it's too late. Another one says, everyone need a landline again and a pen and paper. Now, there might be something to that part right there. It's like, if the internet went down, the lights went out, man, we would lose our shit. But we used to be able to get stuff done just fine without the internet. Another one, it says, maybe if I pay more taxes, it will get better. Another one, it says, it's fake. Anyone go has studied the sun, know that's normal and always been there. LOL, nothing happening. Wake up. They're separating us and keeping us delusional. Yeah, it's been a sunspot forever or whatever, but they're saying it's got bigger. Like, what does that actually mean? I mean, I can't really just say. They're saying that it's emitting more radiation. I trust them on that. But yeah, the sunspot's been there, but it hasn't been this big. That's all they're saying. Bigger. 2 Peter 3:7. But by the same word, the present heavens and earth have been reserved for fire by being kept for the day of judgment and destruction of the ungodly. Okay. Another one says, if this is true, would align with what the Bible says about the second coming of Jesus. Okay. I'm going to move on because these people are being a little extra. Being a little dramatic there. A little dramatic, are we? Lindsey Graham.
By your statements that Israel should level down Gaza?
I think Israel needs to destroy Hamas and try to do it in a way to protect civilians.
We're in a religious war here. I am with Israel. Do whatever the hell you have to do to defend yourself. Level the place.
You previously said that no, there's no such thing as too many civilians in Gaza.
What?
But the majority of the 23,000+ Palestinians killed in Gaza are civilians.
You know, it breaks my heart, but I have hospitals at home in America, and there are no weapons depots under the hospital. Every schoolhouse, every hospital has been weaponized. And the reason so many civilians are dying is because Hamas uses them as shields. And if you don't believe that, I do. They have weaponized the entire civilian population. So I blame every death on Hamas.
You still reject the ceasefire in Gaza, sir?
Yeah, I because I don't trust Hamas. They backed out on the last one we had. So why would we do another one? Until the hostages, you start releasing hostages, we'll have a ceasefire. Yeah, don't worry.
But Israel has killed hostages as well.
All I'm saying is that what happened on October the 7th was the biggest effort to kill Jews since the Holocaust. I do wish we could find a way to end this war sooner rather than later, but Hamas has to go. Do you agree with me that Hamas is a terrorist organization and they need to be destroyed? No, you can't say that. I can.
Sir, I'm to speak to you, sir.
Yeah, man. It seems like these people talk straight from a script. It's like everyone is saying the exact same words. It's like the media when we those news stories where the words are exactly the same from all these different news organizations. So when the politicians speak about this particular topic, they're all saying exactly the same thing. It's almost as if they're reading from a script. It says, watch as Doha News question U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham on his continued support of Israel's genocidal war on Gaza. Graham, who was attending the Doha Forum in Qatar, had previously said that the Israel war on Gaza was a religious one and that Israel should level Gaza. Comment, it says, what the H is he doing here in Qatar? We don't want him here. Another comment that says, how is this guy even allowed in Qatar? Another one, thank you for holding him accountable as a journalist. You're not welcome in Qatar, you genocidal maniac. Another one, we are such people. Why are such people still getting invited to places? Another one, he is despicable. This story that Hamas uses civilians as shields is total BS. Couple more. Damn it. Let me get out of here because I've been clicked too much and now I'm going to something else. Let's move on.
Ranked on this earth to be a man, to be a human being, to be respected as a human being, to be given the rights of a human being in this society, on this earth, in this day, which we intend to bring into existence by any means necessary.
The difference now in the direction that the struggle is taking from the direction that the struggle has been going in the past, there are many of our people who are thinking more deeply and more broadly and are beginning to see the importance of lifting it out of the national context or out of the domestic context or beyond the jurisdiction of the United States government. And the only way this can be done is by internationalizing the problem and putting it at a level where it can be taken into the United Nations, and then all of the other independent nations on this earth can involve themselves in our struggle and support us. And the only way by which this can be done, instead of it being called civil rights in the future, we're going to have to label it a human rights struggle or the struggle for human rights. And as such, we can then take it into the United Nations through the avenues that have been set up by the United Nations Commission on Human Rights. We can take our problem before the United Nations in the same manner that the problem of South Africa, Angola, Mozambique, Hungary, the Arab refugee problem, it becomes a world problem. But I think today these intellectuals have begun to undertake a new appraisal of the problem, looking at it as it actually is, and are beginning to see it more in the international context and the relation that it has with the African struggle. And the African intellectual is beginning to look at the problem in the African context and see that what might be good in one country, in order for it to be used in another country, has to be rearranged. You take African socialism. Many of the African intellectuals that have analyzed the approach of socialism are beginning to see where the African has to use a form of socialism that fits into the African context, whereas the form that is used in a European country might be good for that particular European country. It doesn't fit as well into the African context. So I think the African intellectual is making that contribution, and he's making it well.
Yeah, man. Human rights, human rights, human rights. You know, women's rights is human rights. Gay rights is human rights. You know, child labor rights is human rights. You know, that is how we need to frame it instead of separating this stuff all the time. You know, and then I like the idea where he was talking about international struggle. We need to have solidarity with peoples around the world, and that gives us more power. You know. So if we can find commonality in our plight, then we can work together to fix the issues that we have. It says today marks International Human Rights Day. Baba Omowale Malcolm X reminds us that the new African Black struggle is an international human rights struggle. Yes. Human rights. Let's do this one.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, also known as Bibi, in case you didn't know him. Back in 2019, he was charged with fraud, bribery, and breach of trust in 3 cases filed against him. His indictment was announced that November. And after long delays due to COVID and Israel's war in Gaza, the trial has recently continued. The investigations are listed as cases 1000, 2000, and 4000. Here's a quick rundown. Case 1000 charges Netanyahu with fraud and breach of trust. He and his wife allegedly received presents in return for political favors. Case 2000 also charges him with fraud and breach of trust. In this one, he is accused of negotiating with the owner of Israel's leading daily newspaper, Yedioth Ahronoth, for favorable coverage in return for government help to slow the growth of a rival paper. Case 4000 charges Netanyahu with bribery for allegedly granting regulatory favors to Bezik Telecom, a leading telecommunication company in Israel. This was said to be in return for positive coverage of him and his wife on a news website that the firm controls. Netanyahu denied the charges and said the indictments were part of a witch hunt by his rival to remove him from office. Since the corruption case began, Netanyahu has launched an overhaul of the country's top court, and Israelis have been out in force to protest. Many of them say their prime minister is trying to rig the judicial system to keep himself out of jail. When his trial resumed, Netanyahu did not attend the hearing. If convicted, he could be removed from office, assuming he's still in the top job. But the trial is expected to last several more months, and if an appeal takes place, it could take years.
Yeah, so this guy's been in trouble for the longest, and they were getting to the point where it looked like they were going to get him this time, and then the war with Hamas happened, and you know, so then they had to put it to the side, and so they're saying that they're resuming this. You know, this guy's shady, man. And he was changing the laws. I want to say he disbanded the courts or whatever. Like the people who were gonna prosecute him, he like made their office not in office or something like that. He changed the law. You know, this guy is shady, corrupt. And you know, another thing that sticks out to me from this is the part where he's saying that he's on a witch hunt. You know, that it's a witch hunt. They're attacking him, and he's not guilty, whatever. That sounds familiar, right? Another one, let's read the comment. It says, the caption, it says, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's corruption trial resumed recently after a 2-month pause due to the war in Gaza. Another comments, it says, very interesting. Why would the U.S. want to support this? It's confusing. Another comment says, case 5,000, war crimes. Another comment says, we all want to see him in jail. Another one, it says, carrying out a genocide to avoid going to jail. He will end up in jail for war crimes now. Can't escape justice. Another comment, it says, and why hasn't he been charged with war crimes? Another one, it says, his choice only, jail or hell. Another comment, it says, corruption is the least of his crimes at this point. Another one, it says, stop taking propaganda because that will not help for now. What important now is to push Hamas to release Israel's hostages. That will help to stop the war. Israel is very united now than ever. Another comment says, put him in prison and throw away the key and let him eat and be treated like they treated Palestinians without any court in prison. A couple more says, he's investing in genocide to make his people distracted and shift the attention away. Hopeless trick. Another one, they should reinstate capital punishment and then try him for the crimes. One more, he says he's literally hell-bent on keeping this genocide going to keep his seat. Let's move on.
Club, not a lot of people. The house, it's like you walk into a truck stop to have breakfast, right? But that's the way the founders designed it. We're a microcosm of society. So everything good and bad in society is going to be here.
It's rough.
It's rough. It's
Truck stop rough.
But it's
8 of them kicked you out of the speakership. There are still those in the ranks who want to burn the house down.
I never said it'd be fair. But you know, I give as good as I get.
California Republican Kevin McCarthy holds a place in history as the first ever Speaker of the House to be voted out of that position.
Keeping government open and paying our troops was the right decision.
Historic.
Mr. Kevin McCarthy for Speaker of the House.
But looking at how his tenure began, hardly a shock.
A speaker has not been elected.
Back in January, it took McCarthy 15 ballots, more than any speaker dating back before the Civil War, to win the gavel. Since he was elected to Congress in 2006 and rose as a so-called young gun, McCarthy has made no secret of his ambition.
Did you ever say to yourself during that speaker vote, maybe I don't want this job?
No, I never said I didn't want this job. I love the challenge. I knew at the time I probably wouldn't be able to end the job. I mean, not on my terms. I knew who I was dealing with. I think history will say they were wrong in that decision. I did love the job.
Now, the 58-year-old McCarthy is quitting Congress a year before his term is out. He leaves Republicans with a slim majority that is struggling mightily to find consensus.
Let me read you a quote from the famous speaker, Sam Rayburn. Any jackass can kick a barn down, but it takes a carpenter to build it. Is he right, especially when it comes to this place, the House of Representatives?
Yeah, and it takes a lot of builders. I mean, I've had the privilege of being here 17 years, and I've got to be a part of building 2 majorities. I come from California. I grew up in a family that were Democrats. I applied for an internship in a congressional seat. I got turned down. And now I got elected to that seat I couldn't get an internship for, and I got to be the 55th Speaker of the House. Tell me, any other country is that possible in?
But at the same time, how do you reconcile all of that good feeling with the 8 who pushed you out? And they showed the country they don't really want to govern. They like chaos.
That's true, but you're going to have that in any industry, in any place that you live.
I think this is pretty particular to this place.
Yes, but remember this, for everybody in America, we don't get to hire who works with us, and we don't get to fire who works with us.
But it wasn't hard for rank-and-file Republicans to fire him. In October, when McCarthy struck a deal to keep the government funded, 8 Republicans responded by pushing him out.
The office of Speaker of the House is hereby declared vacant.
His chief antagonist, a congressman from Florida.
When you hear the name Matt Gaetz, what word comes to mind?
Hater. I think history will show who Matt Gaetz really is.
Will you support a primary challenge against him and the others who went against you in 2024?
I'm not focused on that.
You're not ruling it out.
Look, we have too many challenges. And you know what? That doesn't determine the future.
Of course, Kevin McCarthy does have a focus these days on the prospects of another Florida resident.
Will Donald Trump be the nominee?
Yes. And the Republican Party? Yes. And if Biden stays as the nominee for the Democrats, I believe Donald Trump will win. I believe the Republicans will gain more seats in the House and the Republicans will win the Senate.
Can he count on your support?
Yes.
That's an endorsement.
I will support the president. I will support President Trump.
Would you be willing to serve in a Trump cabinet?
In the right position. Look, if I'm the best person for the job, yes. Look, I worked with President Trump on a lot of policies. We worked together to win the majority. But we also have a relationship where we're very honest with one another.
That relationship with Trump has become a central part of McCarthy's own political story.
The president bears responsibility for Wednesday's attack on Congress by mob rioters.
His stark reversal after the January 6 insurrection, going from blaming Trump to standing with him, drew scorn from Democrats and some Republicans who saw him rehabilitating a dangerous figure.
You went to visit Trump at Mar-a-Lago. You threw him a lifeline. He might have been finished if you didn't go. Would you do it again?
No, that's your opinion. Look, I know a lot's been written about that. I think at the day, I'll write a story all about it in the book.
What are you holding back?
I'm not holding anything back.
You praise Trump's policies. You say he's a good guy. But many Americans, they look at his language, they listen to his speeches, and they hear an authoritarian. Some say even a fascist on the horizon in this country. What do you say to those people who have those real concerns?
Look, I don't see that. And this is what I tell President Trump too. What President Trump needs to do in this campaign, it needs to be about rebuilding, restoring, renewing America. It can't be about revenge.
He's talking about retribution day in, day out.
He needs to stop that. He needs to stop that.
You think he's going to listen to you saying, stop that, stop that? He hasn't listened to anybody before.
That's not true. He will adapt when he gets all the facts.
He's not backing away from his calls for retribution.
Yeah, but remember, you have a check and balance system. And I think at the end of the day,
where's the check and balance on him and the Republican Party?
America doesn't want to see the idea of retribution. If it's rebuild, restore, and renew, and I think he'll see that. And look, that's him. But I'm not going to change who I am, and I'm not going to stop giving him the advice. And look, I lost the job of speaker. Maybe I don't have the best advice. But I know one thing is I love this country. I want tomorrow to be better than today. And I'm going to do everything in my power. And I'm going to be engaged in the process to make it better.
Yeah, so the whole McCarthy saga is interesting to me. But, you know, after everything is said and done, I think he's bitter behind the way things happened. And him dropping out of his seat is a big FU to the Republican Party, because now they have one less vote. They already have, I want to say, a slim majority. And so him dropping out gives them less power. And then at the end of the day, what they really care about is power. So they ousted him as speaker. They exerted the minority of the Republican Party exerted their power to get him out of his seat. And he is, you know, sending a big FU back to the party. And it's like, you allowed this to happen. Now y'all have one less vote, and it'll be a whole year. Wait, no, they could do like a special election. Yeah, they could do a special election. Well, regardless, they lose a vote. So that's what they care about is power. So their power just diminished. That's what it is. Let's read this. It says, in his first TV interview since announcing his retirement from Congress, who was ousted as Speaker, talks about an unruly House, his 2024 elections predictions, and the future he sees as part of a prospective Trump cabinet. So yeah, maybe he's vying for a cabinet position. Who knows how that'll play out or whatever. I think they were wrong for ousting him. He did the right thing. He did the right thing. And see, that's what happens a lot of times, especially in our politics nowadays. You know, what they say, no good deed goes unpunished. He did the right thing and worked with the Democrats on keeping the government open. You know, they were trying to hold it hostage. We had that, you know, the funding the government. Why can't I think of the right terminology? But the government was going to shut down because they didn't pass the package to fund the government. And McCarthy was like, you know, we need to keep the government open. So we're going to work with the Democrats and pass a package that's bipartisan. So the minority guys, the extreme wing of the Republican Party wasn't happy with that. You know, they wanted to get certain things passed or whatever, certain things in that funding bill that they didn't get. Actually, they got a lot of what they wanted in there, but they didn't get all of what they wanted in there. And they were willing to shut down the government so that they could get what they wanted. And McCarthy was like, no, that's not the right thing to do. So as him doing that, that caused him to get up out of there. And he was set up for failure from the jump, because when they had such a hard time of electing a speaker for him to get up there, they put a provision in there that all it takes is one person to say, you know, we need to oust this guy, and then it would have to come up for a vote. And that's what happened. Like it was in the pudding, it was in the writing already, like that this is what was going to happen to him when he first got up there, because they had the power. They didn't have that kind of power before, where just you know, a small minority could lead to the ousting of, you know, the speaker. But the other side of this is that the Democrats had to be involved in it. So he worked with the Democrats to keep the government open, and then they turned around and stabbed him in the back and got him up out of there. Shady, shady. He got stabbed on both sides, front and the back. Let's read another comment. It says, just watch this interview. Kevin is so full of, you know what? It's ridiculous. Him trying to sell Trump as someone who would do the right thing is ludicrous. So this is CBS News who posted this. Another comment, it says, why give this guy a platform to speak about anything? Another comment, it says, the people want Trump. The media and the leftists need to deal with it. Another comment says, such a waste of airtime. Shame on you, CBS. Another comment says, the Republican Party is cancer for America. Another comment, he's complicit in all of it. Another one, he should be ashamed of himself. If you support fascism, you're not loyal to democracy. Another one says, ask the spineless jellyfish how he walks upright. Another one, goodbye, retirement. He literally did nothing as a representative. His constituents were robbed. Another one, subprime bottom feeder, as is the entire GOP. Another one, turn the sound down, have no desire to hear his whining. I think he's right about what history is going to say, though. About how he got ousted, about Matt Gaetz. People get stuck in the moment and they don't realize what's actually happening and what's actually going on. People don't care about the truth anymore. Let's do this.
Me to the next step of, okay, there is CBDC. What else? Digital ID. Where else are they taking it? So
I
what's
mean,
their vision in your eyes?
the European Union has been extremely clear about what their vision was.
Okay.
Funnily enough, even when they spoke about digital identity years ago, in some of their documents, they mentioned vaccine passports as a precursor to digital identity. And then suddenly the pandemic hit. And
that
it was like, oh,
ID 2020. Is that the initiative you're talking
I
about?
think so. Yeah. I think
ID 2020. I think it's called.
Yes. And it was
Okay.
like, okay, here now everybody needs to have digital vaccine passports with the QR code in order to take part in normal everyday life. The next step is that it's not just your vaccine data, of course, or your vaccination record, it's everything else. And why do we think that they are monitoring our carbon emissions right now?
Footprint, yes.
Because, well, they're saying they're doing it to raise awareness. So, of course, nobody raises awareness for free. It's so that that information can be used and that you can be, again, controlled and monitored and limited in your freedom. So once that digital identity is there, combined with central bank digital currencies, if I stand here at the bar and I want to order a beef, like a
Steak.
cheeseburger
Yeah,
or a steak or whatnot, and I do that only with my central bank digital currencies because I have no other means of paying it, it immediately can register, oh, okay, this is Ava. She just ordered a burger that is so many carbon credits that we are going to detract from her account. And next time that I try to buy one and I've surpassed my limit, it's just CBDCs don't work today because you've surpassed your limit.
Do you want to buy more, dear? Do you want to buy more credits?
Yeah.
And then they'll make money off it.
And then they'll make money off
if
of it.
they decide to allow you.
us. Yes. Yeah. Which is, again, we're going to walk straight into a two-tier society, just like we did with COVID. And this time it's going to be worse.
It's going to be worse. I agree with you. And for everyone that may think that something we said here is a conspiracy theory, you should go to the WEF website and look for personal carbon allowance, and you'll find the document that they have about personal carbon allowance that talks exactly about that. You are going to be monitored for every step, every transaction, every consumption habit you have, because it's all tied into the climate agenda.
They all speak about it super.
Please take me to the.
I don't know. I think a lot of this is fear mongering, I have to say, and as far as them like monitoring us and stuff like that, they already do that. They already can freeze your bank account. And, if they don't agree with you, they consider you a terrorist or something or whatever. They can already freeze your accounts and make it so where you can't buy anything and don't have any money. Like, I think that, if anything, then we're already here. So this fear mongering of this is going to happen I don't know about that. And at the end of the day, they can't stop us from choosing what we find, what we give value to. So let's say you can only use, digital currency to buy and sell stuff. Between me and you, I might decide to sell something to you, and I'll decide what you can pay me for that. Like, how can they monitor that? We could use a stack of rocks if that's what we decided to do between us. There's gonna always, so at the end of the day, there'll be cash or there'll be a fiat currency that we'll be able to use to pay for stuff. Maybe you won't be able to do it at an official place like a store or something, but between us as citizens, they'll never be able to just tell us what we can accept as, legal tender or whatever. We can accept whatever we want. We can totally do bartering. You could say, give me 2 plants and I'll give you whatever. Like, I think this is a lot of just scary, like try to scare people and give somebody stuff to talk about. Like, yeah, that's how I feel about that.
Can you hear me?
so excited to be with you all as Vice President, as the head of the Space Council, and as an American who is a space nerd. I'm so thrilled to be with each one of you. And thank you for your excellence. Thank you for your service.
Thank you so much for your work. Thank you for your support.
Happy birthday, International Space Station. So it says, for 25 years, the International Space Station has impacted our view of Earth and who we are. It has served as a lesson in international cooperation and the importance of taking action to take care of our planet. Kamala Harris caption. So happy birthday, ISS. Comment, it says, this is what evil looks like. I know this person. That's my cousin. Another comment says, please just stop. You are embarrassing yourself. Another comment, it says, she just can't cover what's happening on Earth. Hence this. Another comment, it says, the majority of your constituents here on Earth demand an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Why aren't you listening? Another one, you don't have to be Arab to feel this pain. You don't have to be Muslim to feel this pain. You don't have to be a mother to feel this pain. You don't have to be a father to feel this pain. Being human is enough to feel this pain. It is enough if you have a heart. Another one, Article 1 of the Geneva Convention. It is its obligation under the Genocide Treaty to prevent genocide. Says, whoever runs this account is just reaching for positive PR, patriotic propaganda straws at this point. Says, distraction is a disorientation tactic of Class A manipulators and abusers. We see you. Another comment says, why do you approve another $14+ billion of our tax dollars to go to Israel? Good question. Another comment, it says, all the deaths I'm seeing in Gaza, their blood is on your hands. I'm never voting for you again. And I'm telling all of my family and friends not to vote for you either. Never voting for you again. Whatever. They're going to tell you, vote blue no matter who. They're going to tell you it's the most important election of your life. They're going to tell you Trump is going to bring the world to an end. If he wins, you'll have no choice but to vote for us. Like they do every time, and you're going to fall for it. So let's do this. It says the 7 cardinal rules of life, how to live well and be happy. Never spend money before you have it. All suffering is caused by being in the wrong place. If you're unhappy where you are, move. 80% of the people who hear your troubles don't care, and the other 20% are glad you're having them. Ooh. First, learn the meaning of what you say and then speak. Forget past mistakes, forget failures, forget everything except what you're going to do now and do it. Take calculated risks. That is quite different from being rash. Whatever it is you're scared of doing, do it. Believe in your heart and soul that you are capable of big things in your life. The only thing that is standing in your way is yourself. Remove your glass ceiling. Yeah, I like it. I like that. Let's move on.
To ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. Pass national red flag laws, as you've done here. Require safe storage, enact universal background checks, and other common-sense measures to save lives. Because, you know, the Second Amendment didn't say you can own any gun. You can own any weapon. You couldn't own a cannon when the Second Amendment was passed. You couldn't. Anyway, don't get me started. But look, I'm not going to rescue we do all we can to prevent more families and more communities from being torn apart by gun violence. We need to ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. Pass national red flag laws, as you've done here. Require safe storage, enact universal background checks, and other common-sense measures to save lives. Because, you know, the Second Amendment didn't say you can own any gun. You can own any weapon. You couldn't own a cannon when you're.
I agree with Biden on this one, you guys. Let me read this. It says 3 people were killed at a shooting at University of Nevada, Las Vegas on December 6th. Speaking in the city, the U.S. president called for more gun control. Comments, it says, while simultaneously committing to killing more than 7,000 children in 5 weeks with no end in sight. Yep, I guess it matters which child, whose children it is.
So once again, we're going to take rights away from people that are not abusing them because some people are. No, man, no.
I just don't see no need to have no freaking weapons of war like in your house. Like, I don't see a need for it.
But they're not. Do you realize that the 223 bullet that it fires is the exact same one that a small hunting rifle does?
It's about how many rounds can go out per second.
It can fire no faster than a handgun can, a pistol.
Really?
That's right, because they've made laws. That's what they made the laws. That's what all the recent laws have been about. Oh, bump stock, reactive triggers, gas, all that stuff. All it is a more accurate pistol, small caliber. I mean, that's the thing. They're keeping everybody afraid and all of this stuff. And the sad thing is, it's not, you got to manipulate the stats to make, or rather you have to look at stats a certain way for them to say, oh, well, it's the number one killer of children. No, it's the number one killer of kids between the ages of 16 and 18, which includes crime activity, gang violence, and all of that. So until it starts getting into the nefarious regions where it's people that shouldn't be having guns in the first place, and when I'm talking about that, I'm talking about criminals, that's what we've got to concentrate on. We got to concentrate on getting criminals shut down more. We got to concentrate on maybe, these stupid kids shooting stuff up. Maybe we should concentrate in that on bringing value back to human life through the education system, through morality, instead of 12 lives being worth your momentum, your statement of or whatever it is.
I
it's
agree
going
with
to get
you
you on Twitter, or you're going to be all over the news, and you're going to be famous in a way, but you'll always
Right.
be remembered.
Yeah, I agree with you. The morality part needs to be focused, but we can do more than one thing at a time. I mean, one school shooting is.
And I'm sorry
one too
if that
many.
is taking away all you advocate is punishing people who are not doing wrong because of a few people that are. That is your argument in a nutshell.
One school shooting is one too many. One Las Vegas shooting of random ass innocent ass people is one too many. We shouldn't have to worry
Okay,
about a
why don't
kid.
you get them out of the gangbangers' hands? Instead of us talking about these random shootings, why don't you talk about the 98% of gun violence that is actually out there?
And
Why don't we talk about that?
And I
That's
agree
the
with that.
trick.
But the gangbangers are still, they're not the ones that's shooting up the schools. They're not the ones who randomly shooting people.
But that's where 90% of the gun violence is. Do you really think that the last few school shootings and whatever, and that Vegas compromises a significant amount of gun violence? It's far less than 1 or 2%. There's hundreds of people dying every fucking day across the country in gang violence, shootouts, and shit like that. And that's not part of the narrative. They want to keep you afraid with these small incidents and stuff like that, which are more mental health issues than they are anything else. They're not the guns doing it. If you're going to keep going like that, we might as well ban spoons because they make people fat.
If they really feel like mental health is the issue, then where is the money to go towards combating that?
Circular logic. That's the Biden Trump. We're not talking about that. Where is that? Where is that across all of America?
And
where is that in the schools in the first place? Why instead of picking on all this, you stick to it. You're deflecting again.
Well, even with the
from the fact that you want to punish people that have done nothing wrong.
Even with the gang violence, other countries don't have gangs shooting up each other. They don't have that problem. There's lots of countries that don't have that problem.
And there's lots of countries that do. Look at Mexico. Right across the border. They've got no civilian guns, but look at all the violence and the guns and going on there.
Yeah, how much of that is impacted by United States? I was reading a report about how many of those guns
it's the
came from the United
cartels.
States.
It's drugs.
Yeah, but those guns, the specific
it's them
guns
being stronger
that they
than the
use.
army. Oh God, everything's American gun fault. See, that's the problem. You can't see the issue of the Constitution and how to try to work with the Constitution. You want to ban it. You want to take things away from people. You want to make sure when every other policy comes in, there is no one to resist. There is no way to resist. You want to make sure that the one thing that's kept the Chinese army away, or the Chinese actually said, I would never try to invade America because there's a gun under every blade of grass.
Yes, that's
you want
true,
to take
but-
all these people that have never done anything wrong and take their rights away from them because of a few people that abuse their rights. And all you have done is make excuses about anything else except the only thing that you talk about. Oh, school shootings, oh, this. And I just walked over those numbers. I just showed you how insignificant those were to the whole picture. And it's all, other countries. No, man.
China isn't hasn't invaded UK or threatened to invade the UK. They don't have
Dude,
guns
I am
over there.
sitting here rolling preposterous shit out just like you are.
The UK
That
don't
was
have mass
actually said
shootings.
by him about America when asked if you
I
ever
know
would.
that quote. I know that quote. But they're not gonna invade the UK either. They haven't talked about invading the UK either. They don't have guns over there. They
The
don't have
question
mass
wasn't
shootings.
asked about them, was it?
They have
It
stabbings
was
over
asked
there.
about the United States and
You can
why.
only- You can only stab so many people before somebody get their hands on you. You got a freaking fully automatic. You could take out a whole bunch of more people. Why don't we
And
give
here you
people
go,
bombs?
fully automatic. Again, all you're doing is rolling wrong. You're tangenting off here and there, here this way. Oh, that. Here's this excuse. Here's that. And fundamentally, every argument you've had, you just can't agree with. You don't have an answer to. Other than take the guns away. Take the guns away. That's the only solution. The
Why
only
don't we
solution
give
is to
people
disarm
bombs?
the public. The
Why don't
only
we give
solution
people
is to
tanks?
violate the Constitution and punish people who have done nothing. So
why don't
now
we
the
give 'em-
government is the only one that has a gun.
Why don't we give them
And
Apache
what choice do we
helicopters?
have then about any of this?
Why we don't teach every kid how to make a bomb and give them Apache helicopters and freaking grenade launchers?
A good 10% of kids in school already do know how to make bombs. It's not that difficult. It's pretty easy to figure out. But you know what? That's not getting done so much either. Oh, wait. There are people who have done shit like that, aren't there?
Yeah. Let's move on. Let's see, what's this one?
News this afternoon for you, and a 16-year-old boy has been charged with the murder of Leanne Gordon, the woman who was shot in Hackney in London. She was shot dead in the East London area last week on Tuesday. The 16-year-old boy has been charged with murder. Of course, a 20-year-old man and a 16-year-old boy were also injured and taken to hospital during that shooting in Hackney. The Metropolitan Police are saying that the teenager, who hasn't been named, has been charged with murder and 2 counts of attempted murder. He's also charged with possession of a firearm with intent to endanger life and with possession with intent to supply Class A drugs. It says crack cocaine and heroin. He's due to appear in custody at Barkingside Magistrates Court on Monday. So a 16-year-old teenager has been charged with the murder of Leanne Gordon and the attempted murder of a 20-year-old man and a 16-year-old boy in Hackney on Tuesday.
So it says a 16-year-old boy has been charged with the murder of a woman who was shot dead in East London. Leanne Gordon, 42, died at the scene after the shooting in Hackney on Tuesday. Sad. Sounds like some drug-related type of deal.
Oh, but I thought that no one gets shot in London.
Yeah, I didn't say no one got shot. I said
They don't have guns there. They don't have gun crime there.
I didn't say that they don't have gun crime at all. I mean,
Yeah,
obviously
actually, I know you didn't mean zero, but you did say they don't have gun crime there.
you know, it's all about the amount. Like, it's limiting the death. It's less.
So how many
access.
dead people is enough, and how do you stop the government from being the ones doing the death dealing?
I don't see the government doing school
How do you
shootings.
protect the citizens? How do the citizens protect themselves, especially in an era of defund the police, in limited police response, increased police response times? Unless your life is being directly threatened right now, don't call the police.
There's
There's a lot more questions to answer other than, oh, I don't want another school shooting to happen. Sorry, that's too late. As long as they can be gotten at all, it's going to happen. And if that doesn't happen, they're going to bring swords. They're going to bring other things. And yeah, you'd be surprised what one person that knows what they're doing with a sword, how much damage they could do in a crowd. Look at the guy that injured or killed almost 43 people not too long ago in a one-day stabbing spree.
Yeah. Well, they limit access to swords too, right? I mean, you can't just, I don't know, how does it work for you to purchase a sword?
Well, I don't know. Technically, I can open carry a sword here in Texas now, as of about 2-3 years ago. It's most places have a length of the blade,
right,
that you're allowed to carry,
and the handle, the way the handle is made. Like those, what do you call them? The grips.
That's all different. Most of it's based on blade length. Some are based on blade. I mean, different laws for different areas, so I can't possibly list all the different variations. But currently, yeah, if I wanted to put a sword on my hip or over my shoulder, there's absolutely nothing stopping me from carrying it anywhere, as long as it is not a place that is listed as a same rules as basically a firearm with open carry weapon like that. I can't go like anywhere where they sell alcohol or any like government building or public facility, such as anything that receives public money, like mail, school, hospital, library, court.
Let's do. Let's go to this. Let's go to Twitter. Just some on there.
To one based on broadcasting and then moving on to the internet and to social media has disrupted the balances that used to exist that made representative democracy work much better. Because a free self-governing people rely on a shared base of knowledge that serves as a basis for reasoning together collectively. But if you have social media that is dominated by algorithms that pull people down these rabbit holes that are a bit like pitcher plants, these algorithms, they are the digital equivalent of AR-15s. They ought to be banned. They really ought to be banned. It's an abuse of the public forum. But when people are pulled down these rabbit holes, you know what's at the bottom of the rabbit hole? That's where the echo chamber is. And if you spend too much time in the echo chamber, what's weaponized is another form of AI, not artificial intelligence, artificial insanity. I'm serious. I'm serious.
So Al Gore says, Al Gore longs for the day when people got all their news and information from giant corporations and equates social media boosting independent journalists as dangerous as AR-15s. Jimmy Dore posted this. The establishment needs control of the information you're exposed to so they can control you. Yeah, I think it goes both ways. I like to get information from independent media. I ain't gonna lie, you know, but you have to have an educated public to be able to discern information and determine what's real and what's not, and the part where he was talking about the echo chamber, I think is really important because that's what happens in our social media spheres, is that we just hear stuff that we agree with. Our algorithm just keeps giving us stuff that we, already know, stuff that we already agree with, and there's no challenging of the information, and you just get justified in your way of thinking, and it could be as crazy as hell and off-kiltered and not based in reality at all, but you'll feel like it is because it'll be so many people within your little echo chamber that's agreeing with you and not challenging it, which is dangerous. It leads to extremism, and like you said, crazy. It leads to insanity. Because then when you come out of your house, when you leave off of your computer or get off of your phone and talk to regular people in the world, and now you're like, oh, all these people are crazy. They don't get what I'm saying or whatever. And it's like, wait, you've been stuck in your echo chamber forever and not in reality. Let's read some tweet replies. It says, that's why they passed the bill to allow a few corporations to buy the news. Another one, it says, he spoke of dangerous echo chamber, but didn't mention mainstream media. Yeah, we know how they parrot each other and says the same stuff. Let's see, they got a little thing here. It says Trump echoes Hitler, threatens to rid America of vermin from within. Media Touch 11/11/23. Trump calls political enemies vermin, echoing dictators Hitler, Mussolini. Washington Post 11/12/23. Trump compared political foes to vermin on Veterans Day, echoing Nazi propaganda. Forbes 11/12/23. The former president's remarks drew criticism from some liberals and historians who pointed to the echoes of dehumanizing rhetoric wielded by fascist dictator like Hitler. New York Times 11/13/23. Kimmel on Trump echoing Nazis. He's coming up with it all on his own. Guardian 11/16/23. Trump's language echoing language Hitler used. So it's not surprising that people, especially though they've been using this fascist word and throwing that around like they really understand it, and then comparing Trump to Hitler. It ain't no coincidence where they got that from. And then when you have these Washington Post, Forbes, New York Times, The Guardian, people look up to these media outlets as places where you're supposed to get good information. So, you know, if they feel like these people are saying this, then they feel like it must be true, and then they feel more comfortable repeating it themselves, even though it could be all the way off, all the way just a narrative that has been created. So yeah, that is true, and that is sad too. We're screwed both ways. I mean, how can people come to good conclusions about anything or know anything about what's going on when you've got the mainstream media lying to them, and then you've got independent media don't know what the hell they're saying or doing, and we're all just completely lost. It's the blind leading the blind. Really, really, like we said in the other show, we have the most access to information that we've ever had, and we're the most misinformed than we've ever been. Another comment says, I'm amused by the way people who serve the oligarchy talk about democracy and insinuate that transparency is the most dangerous thing to society in the same breath. What kind of democracy they advocate for relies upon uninformed voters that won't ask difficult questions. Wow, that is a great comment right there. And see, the media is supposed to challenge power. That's what they're supposed to do. And in the past, I've seen it happen, but now they're so afraid to challenge the power. You know, they're going to lose their job. They care more about access. So if they ask the wrong question to someone in power, then they'll never get another chance to ask them a question. And without having a chance to ask questions, then their job is mute. So then they're going to lose their job. But it used to be that all the media outlets would ask hard questions. It's not that case anymore. It hardly ever happens now. Let me read another one. It says, let's go back to 3 TV networks all parroting the same talking points provided by intelligence agencies. Another one, Bobby Kennedy talks about the history of news and propaganda more eloquently. Have you listened to him? We weren't buying your censorship ploy. LOL. Unbelievable that we have high-level has-been politicians calling for blatant censorship now. Get on board with protecting our 1A rights and the Constitution. Couple more says, didn't he invent the internet? Oh, that's fucked up. Another comment says, they want to prevent what they see as misinformation. Another one, I'd say he has a point on the algorithm part of his pontification, but his balanced shared base of knowledge point is just rhetoric that really means they need to be able to control the information and the messaging. Another comment, if we would have just listened to Al Gore 25 years ago, then global warming wouldn't have completely wiped us out in 2020. Another comment, I find it amazing that I now get most of my news from comedians. The future is effing wild, man. Yeah, man, you get the most truth from damn comedians. The only way you can tell the truth is by making it into a damn joke. And people just laugh it off.
Okay, I would like to point something out that I just went down a rabbit hole looking up fascism real quick, because remember we read the definition on the show, broke it down, and pointed out how close it is to both sides.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, we got is a far right authoritarian ultranationalist political ideology and movement characterized by a dictatorial leader, blah 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 blah. Well, that same search now comes up instead of that being the top definition, it is now an authoritarian and nationalistic right-wing system of government and social organization.
Oh, so that's crazy. So it's choosing a side.
It changed what my Google search literally just changed the definitions within the last month. I think that's been.
That's crazy. Because that's what everybody keeps saying is like, oh, they're saying fascism and they're coming from the right. The right is fascist and da 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 da. That's what a lot of the media is saying. So then they make it true after the fact. Like they make it.
Well, no, remember we looked up the word fascism and put it up on the screen here.
Yeah.
And it was the longer. I put mostly the longer definition in the private chat. If I know we broke it. I know we've broken it down before, looking at it, going, well, this sounds like both sides act right now. I mean, if I took some of you have to go to Wikipedia to get the full definition. It's not changed there yet. But the Oxford Languages, the dictionary, when you just type it in to define for you, that's what it comes up with now.
Far right authoritarian, ultranationalists. That's interesting. That is very interesting.
They say language changes before your eyes, but I think it changes to veil the lies.
Yeah, that's really, really interesting right there. I mean, you don't have to be far right to be ultranationalist, right? You don't have to be far right to be authoritarian. You don't have to be far right to have a dictatorial leader. You don't have to be far right to be
After
centralized.
all, if you're not vaccinated, you're a threat to America. You know, if you don't wear a mask, you're a threat to America. If you don't believe in January 6th, you're a threat to democracy. I mean, we wouldn't have, say, one of the higher people in our government saying things like that on TV, would we? I mean, that wouldn't be fascist, would it?
Yeah, it's crazy because if you just go down the list of the terms they used in here, you don't have to be far right to be centralized autocracy or material militarism. You don't have to be far right to be forcibly suppression of opposition.
I mean, this is textbook for both sides right now.
Yeah, it really wouldn't matter which side, like that. These terms don't.
That's why I don't agree with it being called far right, though.
Yeah.
You take far right out of it,
and then it's fine.
And I'm okay.
Yeah.
Far right has been added since I was in high school to this longer definition, because in high school it didn't say it was a right. And I do remember reading one dictionary which it said often found in right-wing governments or right-wing oppressive governments such as mustache people.
Yeah. Yeah. That's really interesting. That's where we are. Let me read some more tweet replies. It says, if they can't control it, you can't have it. Another one, which makes representative democracy better. Gore has it all wrong. We don't have representative when corporations have more control over democracy than we, the people. What we have is inverted totalitarianism. Another one, it says, I have no love for W, but I'm glad this clown lost. Another one, it says, he's describing the algorithms in YouTube, Twitter, etc., that will readily lead people down the prime rose path of false information like flat earthism and trap them there in an echo chamber. Major distortions happen in legacy media too, Iraq, WMDs, so I don't share his nostalgia. Couple more. It says, what is at the bottom of the rabbit hole? Mr. Gore must have an artificial heart along with that artificial intelligence. What is this? It says, death by starvation and disease may top the deaths by Israel's bomb in Gaza. Says, Save the Children organization on the ongoing Israeli aggression on the Gaza Strip. I don't know how that's related. Yeah. Al Gore. I think I covered that. Does this have a video? Let me see. No, it's an article. Well, let's move on to that. Move on from that. I'm not gonna mention it. No, I don't want to do that one. Okay, let's do this one. It says, this is recent footage of Kevin McCarthy candidly admitting that he interfered with Republican congressional primary races to elect more women and minorities. But what no one is talking about is that it's actually much worse than that. It says Kevin was a primary recipient of Sam Bankman-Fried's FTX money funnel into DC. Much of this money went into defeating America's first populist candidate in GOP congressional primaries. Many of these candidates also happen to be white men. So what Kevin was doing at this NYT event was playing to the audience by virtual signaling about having worked to elect more women and minorities. While technically true, not the real motivation for his election interference, which was ideological. Kevin was paid off to keep the swamp in place and elect more pro-establishment candidates. Those of you who follow me know I was adamantly against him becoming House Speaker to begin with, despite him getting endorsements from Donald Trump to MTG to Elon Musk. Matt Gaetz is looking well vindicated at this stage. He was right to do what he did, and I supported his efforts all of the way. Go with your gut instincts and what you know is right, even if the people you normally trust and look up to are telling you otherwise. We were sold out, and now America is in an even weaker position to protect its borders and save what's left of this country. Who's posting this? Stephen Steele, guy with a cowboy hat and a mustache.
Democrats, and they stand up. They look like America. We stand up. We look like the most restrictive country club in America. And I decided then, either I am going to be the leader of a declining end of a party, or I have to change the opportunity in this party. So I embrace in something else, okay? Since that time, we've elected the most women, Republicans, the most minority Republicans ever to the House. But to do so, I'm going to have to ruffle feathers. So for a Republican woman or Republican minority to win, the November election is not their tough election, it's the primary. So what I do is I would engage in primaries. Democrats, and they stand up. They look like America. We stand up. We look like the most restrictive country club in America.
That's interesting right there. He says the Democrats stand up and they look like America. He says we stand up, talking about the Republicans, and he says we look like the most restrictive country club in America. That's a really interesting comment. And then he goes on to say that he helped elect a more diverse people within the Republican Party. And the comments the guy was saying in this, he said that he was actually doing ideological people to join the party. And that makes sense. Like, I can believe that. As far as the part where he's talking about he wants to get more minorities and women or whatever, I don't know if I can really just believe him when he's saying that. But what a lot of people don't really understand about the speaker is they help get people elected because they're like the fundraising champion or whatever. They're the one. For you to get elected to speaker, you should be really good at fundraising, and then you can disperse those funds to people to help them to get elected. It costs so much freaking money. This is one of the problems with our system. It costs a lot of money to run and to win. The people who don't have money lose. The people who have a lot of money tend to win, and regardless of what their policy is, it's the money that dictates on who win, and that's on both sides. So if you're able to do really good fundraising, and then you can send that money to the candidates that you want to win, then you can have a great impact on who wins. So that's what that is. Let me play this little quote again. He said,
Democrats, and they stand up. They look like America. We stand up. We look like the most restrictive country club in America.
wow. I would have to say, man, he's got balls to even just say that. You got to give it to him. Like, I don't hear any Republicans talking like that. Who else is talking like that from his side? But I guess he can talk like that now since he's been ousted as majority and he's already decided that he's not going to run again. So leave it to the politicians to, when they don't have anything to lose, then that's when they freaking speak more truth. They're always worried about their freaking re-election, so they don't say what's real. And they pander to certain particular groups because that's how they get votes. Tweet replies. It says, if you're one of the few people who originally sees this post and you like it, please consider sharing it, as Linda Yocorino's algorithm has my post completely flatlined and shadow banned. Thank you. Another one that says, he knows there is currently way more money in woke post-political life than in conservative. Take the job for the job. Take the job for the money. It says, I was one of those races I could have won. Another one, it says, just post my take on the return of Alex Jones to X. The corporate media has been in predictably meltdown over the return of Alex Jones to X, all of them uniformly referring to him solely as a conspiracy theorist in their headlines. It starts talking about COVID, and I'm not going into that. Jimmy Dore. He says the Ukraine war, how it started and how it's going. December 10th.
So I saw this. DD Politics tweeted out how it started, how it's going. This is about the
how it's going.
The Ukraine war. That's what this is about. The Ukraine war. How it started, how is it going? By the way, Ukraine, gosh, That feels like 1,000 years ago. Is that still a thing, Ukraine?
I was going to call you a boomer for saying it.
Ukraine's it's like Radio Shack. Like it ended years ago, but some weirdo bought the name and just uses it as a shell company.
Yeah.
So it's not really a Radio Shack. Anyway, Ukraine is still a thing.
I didn't think so.
That's
I
wild.
moved on quite some time ago.
So here's how it started. Dimko says, you guys know that Russia is losing a war against Ukraine, a country 28 times smaller than Russia. Also, Russia lost over 2,000 tanks in this 3-day war already, and it keeps going. I would not rank them as second here. So, by the way, Dimko sounds like a corporation specifically made for stupid people, doesn't it? Their slogan is, here at Dimko, we do stuff, I think.
I think so.
He also left the Ukrainian flag emoji on his profile. So, of course, he's going to say the other side is losing. This isn't battlefield thinking. This is soccer field thinking. Team jerseys. Soccer's for people who can't afford armies.
This is a sock puppet, is my guess.
Oh, okay. I bet you're right. I
did not know they were losing.
I did not know that. By the way, could I just say, hey, you guys, did you know that Russia's losing a war against Ukraine, a country 28 times smaller? No, I did not know that. I did hear that from idiots.
Bots.
So and he says, no country can defeat Russia these days on its own. So
what a difference 2 months
What a
makes.
difference. Wow.
That was September.
Really? No country can defeat Russia on its own? Not even one 28 times smaller? This is why Ukraine needs the support, and it got a lot of support. Russia is strong. This is amazing, kind of. Not every military operation was perfect for us, but this is exactly how any other country would perform. This is war. So this first one was from September
2023.
This is from December.
I knew they were losing.
So he was still saying this shit in September.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is I've been wondering since the very obvious that they're losing news has come out, how long it would take for, like, on my YouTube, for example, there's these clearly AI generated or somebody's paid or whatever. So now that who just came out? Oh, Lindsey Graham.
Oh God.
Lindsey Graham just flipped on them.
On Ukraine?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Well, he's got another
So that's
bitch.
like an official, like, okay, the sock puppets, because that's not Dimko Shletenko. I don't believe that's even a name.
What do you want to bet that Dimko here cut a deal to avoid going to the muddy trenches of the Eastern Front?
He didn't. It's a robot.
You think it is? So here.
Or no, without. I do
So
not
here's
believe-
his profile. Founder of Ukraine Transparent Military Charity Fund.
Yeah.
Former software engineer. My dog support Ukraine military.
Yeah. Right.
So
that's not a real guy.
it's called Transparent Military Fund, Kurt,
Picture doesn't
because it's
even-
transparently fake down to the AI profile picture
Yeah.
and the 3-legged dog.
Oh, a 3-legged dog. I want to save money.
By the way, if that face is a real guy's face and not AI generated, it's still an AI face.
Hey, why is his eyes like that?
That's amazing. This is from The Economist. How could Ukraine win the war? Host Ann McCulvey asks Ben Hodges, a former commanding general of the U.S. Army in Europe, why he thinks a Ukraine victory is beyond a doubt.
Strong language.
That's from November 24th, 2022. Wow.
Okay, he's got more of an excuse than the robot boy.
Remember the name Ben Hodges, because that guy's going places. Jesus.
Ben the Prophet Hodges.
Boy, so what he's realizing is that he's not making enough money on his pension.
Yeah.
And a little bit of extra sweet cash these days is worth whatever his soul has left to offer. That's what that. So I wonder how many thousands Ukrainians got slaughtered. How much that helped.
War is hell, Jimmy.
War
You know
is
that.
hell.
It's unfortunate. There's no alternative to it.
Now,
Yeah.
so now The Economist says that the Ukraine war may be heading for a stalemate. They should really think about adding a sad trombone noise to their online content, shouldn't they?
Every time you click on the before and after news of Ukraine.
The war in Ukraine might be entering a stalemate. Wow, but the general and the social influencer both agreed to me, and they told me that Ukraine was winning.
Foregone conclusion, I believe. Wait,
Now,
what did he say?
I don't know who to believe now, Kurt.
Well,
what am I can't handle all these changes in society going on so quickly. I'm still getting over the fact that Kevin Spacey isn't president anymore. Oh, how I wish he was president.
He
Oh,
could
wait,
run.
I mean Martin Sheen. You know, it doesn't, whatever you, what are those TV presidents?
Kevin Spacey. He's not fit to be a TV president, but he could be a real president.
He could be a real president. Putin seems to be winning the war in Ukraine for now. For now.
What?
For now.
When did it seem that way? What date? Do you have a date? It was sometime between September.
So for what is it? Why do they say for now? Because they need a little bit more time at The Economist to launder another $100 billion through that war. That's why they say for now.
Oh. We want to.
I like the Monty Python kind of construction paper cutout graphics that they're using. You're gonna have a big foot come down and squash him.
I like how they're saying, well, he keeps getting weapons from North Korea. Oh, the North Korea joined up with him.
Yeah. Now.
The amazing North Korea, that world renowned for their great
White House warns it's out of money and nearly out of time to aid Ukraine.
Really? It's all like you take it, rotate it 180 degrees from reality, but then you got to move it a little bit more past into not reality. So they're like, it's a stalemate. Oh, you lost some time ago. It's not exactly 180 degrees.
Okay, he's winning for now.
Yeah.
And now we're out of money.
They're about 200 degrees opposite instead of 180.
Now they're out of money. They're out. This is the end game. This is the end game. They're out of money. Sorry, Fresh Out. You should have. Wow. What if we all became police at once? Would you have money for us then? Maybe. What if everybody became another foreign country?
I told you, Jimmy. You just leave the country, renounce your citizenship, sneak back in, kick back, enjoy the privacy and 5-star hotel.
Wow. So that's how it started, and that's how it ended. 6 key things to know about the aid budget standoff.
I think of one key thing about
it. We're doing live comedy.
It's not that they're out of money. It's that they're out of political will for it. And plus they got a whole nother money laundering scheme going on. They were just using Ukraine anyways. They never cared about Ukraine or the Ukrainian people at all. It was just a ploy. It was a tool that the West is using. And once their tool is no longer useful for them, then they discard it. Meanwhile, freaking Ukraine is destroyed. So many Ukrainian people have died. If they really cared about the Ukrainian people, then they would have went at this in a diplomatic way. Instead, now Ukraine's destroyed, people are dead. And the West has moved on. Really sad story, And I think we got the Philippines up next. Is wash, rinse, repeat. And Taiwan might be on that list. Wash, rinse, repeat. And the other one, Venezuela is talking about annexing part of Guyana. They might be on the list. Wash, rinse, repeat. BlackRock, all the private industry, they make money on the front end and the back end. So after they destroy the damn country, then they come in and rebuild it. Let's move on. I'm like done with the Ukraine topic. Talking about that shit for like 2 years now. Seems like 2 years. I don't know how long it's been. It says Elon Musk is prepared to go to prison if the FBI comes to him in 2024 and tells him to illegally censor information similarly to what they did with the Hunter Biden laptop story in 2020. Why is Elon Musk this is why Elon Musk is the perfect person to own X. The comment came after Jack Posobiec asked Elon what he would do if an agency came to him and demanded he take down legal content. If I think the government agency is breaking the law and there are demands on the platform, I will be prepared to go to prison personally if I think they are the ones breaking the law. Interesting.
Agencies, though, the FBI, the DHS, et cetera, if they reach out to X, I believe they called it defensive briefings in 2020 regarding, which eventually culminated in the censorship of Hunter Biden. If they started reaching out again, would that be something that you or the team, and no, I can understand if you don't want to answer now, but you would consider making public?
We will be as transparent as possible with that, you know. And frankly, if I think a government agency is breaking the law and there are demands on the platform, I would be prepared to go to prison personally if I think they are the ones breaking the law.
Though the FBI, the DHS, et cetera, if they reach out to X, I believe they called it defensive briefings in 2020 regarding, which eventually culminated in the censorship of Hunter Biden. If they started reaching out again, would that be something that you or the team, and no, I can understand if you don't want to answer now, but you would consider making public?
We will be as transparent as possible with that, you know. And frankly, if I think a government agency is breaking the law and there are demands on the platform, I would be prepared to go to prison personally if I think they are the ones breaking the law.
I believe him when he says this. One thing about Elon Musk, he stands on what he believes in, from what I can see. You know, love him or hate him, agree with him or not, he stands on what he believes in, regardless. And that's pretty damn commendable, I ain't gonna lie. Would he ever have a risk of actually going to jail? Probably not. But what he's saying is that, you know, he's not going to allow them to do that if he's, you know, in charge of the platform. He's not going to allow them to do that on his platform. He doesn't care who they are. If they're coming in doing some shady shit, he's not going to allow it. And there's a precedence for that. What was it? They were really mad at him because, what was it? It was a thing related to Russia and Ukraine. And Ukraine was trying to use his Starlink to attack Russia or something like that. I can't remember exactly. They wanted to use his Starlink in some kind of attack with Russia. And he stepped in and stopped it. And it thwarted their what they were attempting to do. And a lot of people were mad and they were like, he's picking a side or whatever. But he was like, I don't want my stuff to be used in that way. I don't care about which side or whatever. Like, he's not picking a side. He just didn't want them to be, anyone to be using his stuff in that way. Like I say, that's pretty damn commendable. And like I say, he stands on what he believes in. So I believe him when he says he's not going to let the FBI or whatever, CIA, come in to X. If he can control it, if he's aware of it, and do something that's shady. And that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Given that I'm not the hugest fan of Elon Musk. Like, I feel like we got this fanboy thing going on with certain personalities, and he's one of them, and people kind of worship him. I'm not that guy, but what I like to do when I'm on the show is call out, you know, what's real. And, you know, it doesn't really matter how I feel about the guy. I can agree with this right here. And I think that as a society, we should get to that point where, you know, you don't have to like someone to agree with them. You know what I mean? It's like, if they're not on my team, then I'm going to disagree with them or disregard them or say they're wrong no matter what, you know. And if they're on the other team, you know, I'm going to say they're wrong and say, you know, I don't agree with them no matter what. And I mean, where is our character? Where is our integrity? Where, you know, where does truth come in? You know, we're so partisan that, you know, like if you are a Trump hater and he says something good, you don't have the nuts or you don't have the ability to say, yeah, that was actually a good thing that Trump did. Or the other way around. Like, I don't like Biden at all. And, you know, and he says something good and I can't agree with him, or I can't say that he did something good. So like, and then I could ask people is like, if they're on the other side, like let's say they're a Republican and they're a Trump supporter, and I'll be like, has Biden ever done anything good? They're gonna say no. And on the other side, if they're, you know, a Biden supporter, I can say, you know, has Trump done anything good ever? They're gonna say no, and you know, that's not true. Like, nobody can be that damn consistent. You know, what they say, a broke clock is right twice a day. Like, you can't even acknowledge that. Tweet replies, it says, the FBI hasn't, can y'all hear me? I'm talking to myself. It says, the FBI has no desire to start a fight with Elon Musk. They know his stance on free speech as well as his thoughts about people who want to blackmail him. Go F yourself. It says, this photo will go down in history. It's a meme with no text because everyone knows what he's saying. Go F yourself. It's like, is that clear? Go F yourself. Comment, it says, Elon is exactly who we need in a time like this. Another one that says, yep, one of the few people standing in the way of the government. Fucking ads. Enjoying hearing the space today. 44 billion was not the cost of Twitter. It was the cost of restoring free speech. 44 billion. I think he got screwed in that deal. Elon Musk's commitment to free speech and transparency is commendable. His willingness to stand up against potential illegal censorship requests from the FBI in 2024, as seen with the Hunter Biden laptop story in 2020, is a testament to his dedication to open dialogue and truth. This is precisely why many believe Elon Musk is the ideal person to own X. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna go. How long have I been on? Almost 4 hours, just at 4 hours. My head is starting to hurt too. I don't know why. I'm getting a headache. Probably just been talking too freaking much. Says liberals upon hearing that Elon is willing to fight against their propaganda, even if it means going to prison. Pretty funny. Damn, I wish I had this as a wallpaper. My freaking head is starting to hurt. Jimmy Dore says the reason why there are so many Muslim refugees for Trump to ban is because Obama and Biden bombed the S out of them for 8 years straight in Libya, Syria, Yemen, etc. Obama, Biden dropped more bombs than Bush, Cheney. Biden logic, banning Muslims bad, bombing Muslims good. Biden is morally bankrupt and desperate that he tweets this out while enabling a genocide of Muslims on a world stage, hoping you're too dumb to put two and two together. Trump bad is literally all he has left. So Joe Biden posted this. It says, 8 years ago, candidate for President Donald Trump proposed his Muslim travel ban. Like millions of Americans, I was appalled. Shameful he's now calling to restore and expand his ban. this is pretty freaking cool how Jimmy Dore pointed this out, because yeah, how ironic is it? So Trump was talking about banning Muslims, and Biden is okay with bombing Muslims. Like, there's a big difference there. One of them is stopping people from coming into the country. The other one is killing them. It's like, oh, he should be appalled for not letting people in the country. You're not appalled for blowing them up, though?
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States. On day one, I will immediately restore and expand the Trump travel ban. Then I started talking about the Muslim problem, which is a problem. I will immediately restore and expand the Trump travel ban. I said we have to do a temporary ban on the Muslims. I will immediately restore and expand the Trump travel ban. We all know what that is. And we have to look at the Muslims, and we have to do something. Then I talked about the Muslims. We've got a problem. Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States. On day one, I will immediately restore and expand the Trump travel ban. Then I started talking about the Muslim problem, which is a problem. I will immediately restore and expand the Trump travel ban. I said we have to do a temporary ban on the Muslims. I will immediately restore and expand the Trump travel ban. We all know what that is. And we have to look at the Muslims, and we have to do something. Then I talked about the Muslims. We've got a problem. Donald J.
When we talk about the Muslims, we got a problem. Scapegoating Muslims not cool either, though. All Muslims are bad? Is that racism or prejudice? What is this all? Oh, this is all Jimmy Dore. Muammar Gaddafi. What is this one? It says the Arab Spring was mostly CIA instigated to overthrow governments they had stated they wanted to overthrow in the document Prospect for a New American Century, or PNAC. It says, here's General Wes Clark telling the story of when he found out they had a plan to overthrow 7 Middle Eastern countries in 5 years. After you know about this, you'll realize that the U.S. is the world's terrorist, not Russia, China, or Taliban, etc. We are the world's sociopaths slaughtering for corporate profit. This is a really old clip. I'm not going to play this. Yeah, you had to have been under a rock if you haven't seen that. It's like he was saying, you know, the U.S. is going to invade 7 countries or whatever. And he gave the list. And pretty much it happened, all of them. So he had to know something because he predicted all of that. What is this? Thank you, Senator Sanders, for your strong opposition to the permanent ceasefire with Hamas. Opposition to the permanent ceasefire. You know, he is Jewish in his defense, but yeah. It says, thank you, Senator Sanders, for reminding us what a tool you are. Bernie argues that you can't have a ceasefire with Hamas because it's vowed to continue resisting occupation. It doesn't occur to him to call for ending the occupation. He has no problem with a ceasefire with Israel, even though Israel is the one committing genocide. Bernie is therefore endorsing occupation and genocide, and that's why AIPAC is thanking him.
In terms of a permanent ceasefire.
Yeah, if you got AIPAC backing you, then yeah.
In terms of a permanent ceasefire, I don't know how you could have a permanent ceasefire with Hamas, who has said before October 7th and after October 7th that they want to destroy Israel. They want a permanent war. I don't know how you have a permanent ceasefire with an attitude like that. In terms of a permanent.
Yeah, I'm going to move on. Oh. I'll make sure I don't show something I'm not supposed to show. I'm telling you what the hell was going to pop up there. Twitter is dangerous. Dangerous. Let me see. Do I have something else on Twitter? Let me see. It was something I wanted to share. It was a map I wanted to share because we talked about something in the show, and I have a map to clear that up. Right now, my brain is not telling me exactly what it is. It must be on Instagram. This one, it says reports that Israel will issue an ultimatum to the Lebanese government to begin negotiations to force Hezbollah beyond the Litani River. Allegedly, Israel will give Lebanon a short-term ultimatum to begin discussions regarding a diplomatic agreement to force Hezbollah to retreat behind the Litani River, according to UNSC Resolution 1701. If Lebanon does not comply, the IDF will launch a military campaign to destroy all Hezbollah infrastructure in southern Lebanon up to the Litani River. The report originates from Khan, the international broadcaster of Israel. Yeah, so the war is expanding into Lebanon now. There's already fighting along the border between northern Israel and southern Lebanon. There's already fighting happening here. So Netanyahu was like, if Hezbollah escalates this any further, then we're going to turn Beirut into Gaza. And those are big words. Lebanon is not like Gaza. Gaza doesn't have a real army and military. Lebanon does. I mean, how many fronts do Syria want to be Israel wants to be fighting with? You got Syria, Lebanon, Gaza, Hamas. I don't think it's a good outcome for Israel.
Hi, my name is Kyle. I have been a registered Democrat for the last 22 years. I have voted in every election up and down from the state to local level that I could vote in. I campaigned for John Kerry and Barack Obama. This message is for the Democrats. I fucking hate you. I hate the fact that you've bamboozled us for so many years, touting progressive policies and giving us nothing. I hate the fact that there are so many broken campaign promises. I hate the fact that you've weaponized our rights to scare us into voting for you. I hate the fact that you failed on protecting reproductive rights. I hate the fact that you support economic policies that actually produce the conditions that make fascism viable, and you don't admit that. I hate the fact that you're classist and not actually egalitarian. I hate the fact that you don't support Medicare for all, housing for all, affordable to free secondary education. I hate the fact that you tout small incremental changes to the fabric of our society as a resounding success when people are still economically struggling and hungry. I hate the fact that you won't call a genocide a genocide. I hate you for supporting policies that produce more bombs and not food. I hate you for supporting the status quo and not for doing the right things to make everyone's life better. I hate the fact that you're not mature enough to receive criticism. And I hate the fact that you criticize the rest of us for being idealistic and wanting better for everyone. And I hate you for blaming your failings on procedural precedent, a majority of which is nothing more than rules that are holdovers from the Reconstruction era and Jim Crow. I hate you. And you lost my vote, and you lost many people's vote, and that's your fucking fault.
Yep. Freaking, this guy hates a lot of stuff, huh? I think about the haters ball from Dave Chappelle. Hate. She's like, I hate you, and I hope all bad things happen to you and only you.
He definitely seems to have many ways to be unhappy.
Yeah, he's got a long list of hate. Embrace the hate. Yeah, but it's the Democrats' fault, man. They're causing this. They're not giving people anything to vote for. They're telling you to vote against Trump. They're not telling you to vote for policies. You know what I mean? Vote against Trump. Vote against the bad guy. Vote against the guy who's going to bring the world to an end. It's the most important election of your lifetime. You don't have no choice. You have to vote blue no matter who, or the world's going to come to an end.
That's the funniest thing about it. I feel more like this current administration has brought us closer to the end of the world than the previous one. I mean, at least the other one was, at least we got the entertainment of mean tweets with the last one. This guy can't even cohesive sentence together right now.
Yeah, I mean, but it really doesn't matter which side you're on. If policy, if you're not giving people something to vote for, then your only ploy is I'm not the other guy. Like, get all the way the F out of here. Like that, I don't see how they consider that to be a winning strategy. And we're going to see how it plays out.
That's how far the policies are. That's how much they waste time every presidential cycle going back. They spend the first 2 years tearing down everything they did and blaming everything that goes wrong with everything on the previous administration. And then all they've got left is to push. Then all the time they've got left is to push the whatever agenda that got them voted. And I'm not talking about the voters voting. I'm talking about that paid for them to get voted in.
Right. So, and really what they should do in the first 2 years is implement the stuff that they were campaigning on, and then the second 2 years they can say, look at what we did. We did the stuff that we said we were going to do when we were campaigning. So if you vote for us again, if you put us in there again, we'll get the stuff we say we're going to do now. That would be way too much like right. And then their hands are tied.
I've got even a better idea. Why don't you go in there and vote the way the people that voted for you want you to on issues, whether you agree with it or not.
Right.
Because it's not your vote. It's
You're
our vote.
representing the people.
And sometimes you're going to have to cast a vote for something you don't agree with because that's what your people want.
Then that's what you should do.
Not what your party wants, but what the people that voted you in office want.
Yeah, but like you said, I mean, what the people want is never what comes across their desk. It's, the corporations and the lobbyists, they draw up the damn legislation. Like, they get what they want every time. So Brianna Joy Gray posted this. It says more and more people are saying it. Yep, more and more people are saying it. Tim Black has been doing a number of posts about, how the Democrats are losing. They did a poll on Muslims and saw that it was a huge disparity between Muslim support in 2020 versus now. And they did a poll on the Black vote and saw that there was a huge disparity on support for Democrats in 2020 versus now. The Dems are in trouble. I think Trump's going to win this, unless something dramatic happens over this next year. I mean, something could happen, that could turn the tide. But if the election happened tomorrow, Trump wins. And it kind of hurts me to say this, but again, I mean, stir fry shouldn't bake
It doesn't hurt me. It scares me.
Yeah. Yeah. Sucks. It really does. And
Like
he's
I
going to
said,
be more.
even if I liked the guy, he's too divisive, right? He's too divisive. Nothing will get done because the entire country is going to shut down to try to oppose everything he does.
And he's going to be more powerful than ever this time, like tremendously powerful. He's going to have free reign. He's already completely changed the Republican Party since he came in, you know, like revolutionized the Republican Party. It's not the same party anymore. So, you know, what is he going to accomplish this time? You know, and his political enemies, I fear for them, because on day one, he's coming for their heads. Let me see. Do I have some clips in here? Democracy Now! It's all the same stuff. I don't know if I want to do it. We covered a lot of this already, too. Wait, it's a couple of them in here. Let's see. Freaking, what was I about to say? Let's see. Destruction of Gaza. We know about that. Hold on. United States was the only one who they vetoed the ceasefire. What is this?
And calls to refrain from buying anything. Meanwhile, a UN peacekeeping force in Lebanon's warning the likelihood of a wider conflict's increasing amidst escalating cross-border violence between Israel and Hezbollah. The UN General Assembly will hold a special session Tuesday after Egypt and Mauritania invoked Resolution 377, known as Uniting for Peace. The move came in response to the U.S. on Friday again vetoing a UN Security Council resolution calling for an urgent ceasefire in Gaza. Resolution 377 is designed to be deployed when the Security Council fails to, quote, exercise its primary responsibility for the maintenance of international police and security. Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan called for the UN body to be reformed Saturday following the U.S. veto.
With the torment in Gaza, we believe that this helpless and dysfunctional structure of the United Nations will be questioned all over the world. Look, I'm saying very openly, nothing can continue as business as usual after Gaza.
Meanwhile, the U.S.
Yeah, so how powerful is the UN anyways? Like, they have no teeth. Like, you know, it's a laughing stock at this point. Like, what can it actually accomplish?
State Department bypassed congressional review to approve the emergency sale of over $100 million in tank ammunition to Israel. We'll deal with this issue later in the broadcast. The president of the University of Pennsylvania has stepped down following intense Republican-led backlash after her handling of anti-Semitism on campus and her contentious testimony before Congress last week. President Liz McGill's resignation Saturday, followed by that of UPenn Board of Trustees Chair Scott Bach, came amidst a mounting attack on students calling for Palestinian rights on campus. Right-wing New York Congressmember Elise Stefanik, who grilled McGill during her congressional testimony, wrote on social media, "One down, two to go," as Stefanik also seeks the ouster of Harvard President Claudine Gay and MIT President Sally Kornbluth, both who testified at the congressional hearing. In Dubai, members of the oil producer alliance OPEC Plus have been blocking progress toward a global agreement to phase out the use of fossil fuels as the UN's COP28 climate summit in Dubai rallied to demand the release of pro-democracy activists detained in the United Arab Emirates and Egypt were not allowed to hold up signs bearing the names of the political prisoners, but they uttered those names anyway. A Human Rights Watch researcher called the crackdown a, quote, shocking level of censorship in a space that had been guaranteed to have basic freedoms protected, like freedom of expression, assembly, and association, unquote. The Texas Supreme Court has temporarily blocked a lower court ruling that would have allowed a 20-week pregnant woman to get an abortion. Ken Paxton, Texas's Republican Attorney General, intervened to stop the emergency medical procedure and threatened to prosecute any abortion providers involved in giving 31-year-old Kate Cox an abortion. Doctors have told her carrying the non-viable pregnancy to term could make it impossible for her to have more children. Cox's lawyer at the Center for Reproductive Rights says even if the Texas Supreme Court allows the lower court order to stay in place, the delay in treatment could mean, quote, justice delayed will be justice denied. Meanwhile, a pregnant woman in Kentucky is suing over her state's near total ban on abortions. The lawsuit argues the ban violates Kentucky's constitution. The plaintiff is also seeking class action status so that any positive outcome can be applied to all pregnant people in Kentucky who need or want an abortion. This is Rebecca Gibran, head of Planned Parenthood Kentucky, which is also a plaintiff in the case.
In America, every 8 hours, a woman dies from pregnancy complications. And evidence is correlating abortion bans as a key factor driving increasing maternal and infant death rates. Tragically, Kentucky has one of the highest maternal death rates in this country.
A judge in Michigan has sentenced the Oxford High School mass shooter to multiple life sentences without parole. Ethan Crumbley was just 15 when he opened fire on the school in November of 2021, killing 4 people, injuring 7 others. This is a former student and survivor speaking at the sentencing hearing.
I, Riley Franz, am a survivor of gun violence. I, Riley Franz, am a survivor of a terrible epidemic caused by a broken system. But I refuse to be known as a victim at the hands of an individual with no regard for others. His selfishness will not consume my identity. I am so much more than a victim.
In Argentina, far-right libertarian Javier Milei has been sworn in as president. He delivered an inaugural speech Sunday from Buenos Aires.
No hay alternativa al ajuste.
There is no alternative to adjustment, and there is no other alternative to shock. Naturally, this will have a negative impact on the level of activity, employment, real wages, and the number of poor.
Javier Milei is a climate crisis denier who's proposed banning abortion and lifting restrictions on guns. He's also vowed to shut down Argentina's central bank, replace the nation's currency with the U.S. dollar. And the children of the jailed Iranian human rights leader Narges Mohammadi accepted the Nobel Peace Prize on behalf of their mother at a ceremony in Oslo, Norway, Sunday.
Yeah. Headlines pretty damn depressing, huh? The UPenn president stepping down. I saw a lot of comments online about this, talking about the people are ignorant. Like, it is really surprising to me how they this disdain. I've said it before. I feel like there's a disdain for academics. You know, I mean, you could disagree with her or agree with her or whatever, but to say that she's ignorant or she's stupid or whatever because she couldn't answer the questions or whatever, I mean, that shows that you're not very intelligent. I mean, you can't become the president of an elite university and be ignorant at the same time and not know things like, like, you know, you're calling them stupid, like you're calling them ignorant. Like, that it hurts me to read those comments or to hear people say stuff like that. Like, some of the most educated people that's out there, and then you're going to call them dumb. Like, you have to be dumb to say that. You could disagree with them, You could say I don't agree with them. Don't say they're stupid. That hurt. It hurts my head. That hurts. People spend 20 years in school, and then you're going to say they're stupid. Like, how many have you done a scholarship? How many books have you read? Do you know anything? Like, have you sat through any classes and took tests and like demonstrated your knowledge about certain topics? And you're going to say these people are stupid.
Nkrumah once said, "Balkanization is the major instrument of neocolonialism and will be found wherever neocolonialism is practiced." But what is Balkanization? The term refers to the Balkans region of Eastern Europe, which was divided up by other European powers in the late 19th century. The idea was that smaller nations would be more easily contained and pose little threat. And this policy of divide and rule has been exported to Africa, because an Africa carved up into many microstates has less clout on the global stage. Small nations don't call the shots on important international bodies such as the UN, and enjoy only a tiny share of the global economy. One example of balkanization in Africa is Belgium's support for the failed states of Katanga and South Kasai, which sought to break away from the Democratic Republic of Congo in 1960. The colonial European nation backed these secession attempts in order to protect its mining interests during the Lumumba era. More recently, the United States was so active in the partitioning of Sudan and South Sudan in 2011 that the then U.S. chair of Senate Foreign Relations Committee, John Kerry, openly admitted that Washington had helped midwife the birth of the new nation. Divide and rule strategies stemming from colonialism or neocolonialism have led to separatist movements in Nigeria, Cameroon, Mali, Ethiopia, and elsewhere. It's a strategy that encourages Africans to point fingers at other exploited Africans who speak a different language or practice a different religion, rather than examine the global imperialist system that keeps us all oppressed. It is much easier to force small states to submit to unfair trade deals and to relinquish sovereignty over natural resources. Not so with large, powerful, and unified states. As Nkrumah said, so long as we remain balkanized, regionally or territorially, we shall be at the mercy of colonialism. His point remains valid today. We must unite, reunite into a single African nation and people. Then our rise will be unstoppable.
Interesting stuff. Listening to this, it makes me think about think about we must preserve the union, you know, and that's a quote from the president during the Civil War. Why can't I think of his name? He was like, we must preserve the union, and that was his reason for war. And it's like, you think about how powerful the United States is and how rich it is in its GDP or whatever. You know, California alone is crazy, and Texas too is another state. And then you got New York. So like, the United States is rich and powerful. Part of it is because of how big it is and the vast different regions and communities and peoples that encompass what we call the United States. It's really like a bunch of countries. Like Texas is easily could be a country. California easily could be a country. So it's like a unification of multiple countries working together and pooling their resources and you know, their money together and their military might together. And you know, like I say, that's a big root to the power of the United States. Imagine if you had a United States of Africa. Imagine that. And you wonder, but I'm willing to bet there's a reason why there isn't one. You know, there's a powers that be, and people want to say, oh, it's corruption or these people suck or whatever. They just can't get their shit together. It's outside forces that put pressure to keep from these people coming together. a United States of Africa will be powerful as hell, super powerful. And they'd have more, they would be able to control their own resources if they had like a military that worked together. So you got Niger, Burkina Faso, and what is the other one? I want to say Uganda, but I don't think it's Uganda. There's 3 countries, the ones who recently had coups, and they're forming an alliance. And they're pooling their resources in the military together to protect each other, because it's a lot of forces and pressure that's coming in to try to return things back to the post-colonial situation of those countries. So, you know, I wish them all the success, and I hope that other countries will join them in their plight, and that idea of the United States of Africa can become a reality. Because the Berlin Conference, they came in and they carved up Africa and decided these borders and all of this, and they were so ignorant to the peoples that they did a lot of those borders right through ethnic communities, that these people still see each other as, you know, the same people, and they have a border that goes right between them and kind of separates them. But to those people, I mean, they recognize the border because they pretty much have to or whatever, but they still look at things as like, those are our people over there in that other country, because they are, and they're ethnically the same people. They have the same like traditions and way of living and stuff, and they move back and forth through those borders. They don't care about those damn borders or whatever. And it's really sad, because when I think about like after World War II, and you had what was it, East and West Berlin, and I watched as a kid. I remember in the 90s when those people came out and they were clawing at that wall with their bare hands. It was on live TV, and they were digging at that wall. That wall came down, and it wasn't militarily, and it was just the people. They just had enough. Their relatives were on the other side of the wall that they hadn't been able to see for years and years and years, because some stupid thing, the stupid wall, and they're talking about communism or capitalism or whatever the hell. These people don't give a damn about none of that shit. These are my people over there. It's my uncle, my aunt, my mom, my dad, my sister, my brother, my cousin is on the other side of that wall. Like, you know, so this is what they do. You know, they separate people with these borders and with these walls, and just because you say this is this country and this is that country, the people don't recognize that. It's like Eastern and Western Berlin. It's like, no, we are the same people we were before y'all put that wall up. Those walls, that kind of stuff, those kind of borders, especially if you want to draw up a border that's going to have some kind of staying power, you need to look at what the ethnicity is, the ethnic groups, and the history of those groups, and draw that border around them so that they can be encompassed in ethnic group, you know, a historical peoples. Can y'all hear me? Like, you know, let me read this. It says, why they want to balkanize Africa. Balkanization means breaking up a large state into smaller ones, and it's a powerful weapon of control, especially if the smaller states are then turned against each other. It's what the colonialists, I don't know why I can't talk today, have tried to do with Africa. This has successfully kept us punching below our weight on the global stage. African Streams and M. Richardson explains how and also why Pan-African unity is the right response. Couple comments. It says, Pan-Africanism is a farce. We are not one people. Y'all quit with these narratives. Balkanizing along homogeneous lines, religion, ethnicity, tribe, culture, or language is one of the best solutions. That's what they're saying, bro. Yes, it's not all one people across Africa. Like, Africa is huge. It's really, really big. Like, people in like Northern Africa are nothing like the people in Southern Africa. People in Western Africa are nothing like the people in Eastern Africa. But you do have these real homogeneous ethnic groups throughout Africa that are the same people, and they recognize each other as the same people. So that's what it is. And these countries have divided those people up. And that's what we're talking about. Yes, they're not all the same people. No, they're not. But you do have large groups of people that are the same people. Like, I mean, it's complicated, but it's really simple. It says, this is true. We were once Yugoslavia, and at that time, USA could only kiss our butt when we had Tito. During the Cuban crisis, Tito was in the White House smoking Cuban cigarettes in front of Americans. I'm from Serbia. We've been divided by the Western colonists, had many wars, and ever since Yugoslavia has fallen apart, we are in the hands of the Nazi alliance called NATO. Another one, it says, it pains me hearing this beautiful, knowledgeable lady calling for unite, but 90% Africa are still having their earplugs on and refuse to remove it. Another comment, Africa lost it when we embraced religious practices of the oppressor, adopted his education system as well as political system. As long as these institutions remain, our freedom and power and self-define our future has no hope. The most painful thing is that whilst the people of our motherland are willing to break away from the Euro-American way of doing things, our leaders continue to take us back with the so-called education. Yeah, man, I would have to say, you know, a lot of it is related to Islam and Christianity coming in there, and that has taken such a strong hold over the people in Africa. That is a huge issue, I would say. Another comment says, I'm a Pan-African from the African Confederate Nations. All African countries need to join a confederate. Books sweep better when all more of the broomstick are joined together. Another one, all honor to the great ancestor Kwame Nkrumah. Another one, ethnicity and religion are the easiest ways to cause division and unrest within a country, and the West does it well. Another one, Nigeria case is different there. There is a lot of unhealed wrongs and differences. Also, it's not so much a united Africa, it's more so a free and fair Africa beyond tribes. People that own resources should be allowed to mine it and sell it to whoever. If a certain percentage goes to the central government, that's okay, but this United African thing is a pipe dream without confronting actual grievances. Common economic trade between countries is being hindered. Well, this is what they're talking about, because if there's an alliance between the countries, then it's going to open up the trade between those countries, and that's really what it's all about. It's kind of like here in the United States, you can drive from New York all the way to California and you won't really have no problems. And that's a huge span of space. But if it was different countries here, then you would have all kinds of problems, checkpoints, passports, and stuff like that. You know, you could just have your state ID and you could drive from one end of the country to the other. You can go and buy some stuff in California and then go sell it in New York. No problem. So that's what you need over there. Yes, it's going to automatically, it's going to entice trade. It's going to improve trade. It's going to make people make more money. Another one says, divide and conquer is their legacy. Divide and conquer is how they keep us fighting each other while they exploit us. Another one, thank you. It's so concerning when I see is talking of breaking into smaller states. What? Another one, Pan-Africanism, or this slow, miserable death. I hate when African people worldwide refuse to see the clear path to power and wealth as they skip over their mineral-rich lands to fight and risk their lives to come to poor Western countries that have zero resources. A lot of them have been sold a pipe dream, but you can't blame them when you look around them and everything is just trash and their opportunities are low. It takes a long time to build something from scratch.
it wasn't about arche, which is power. It was about the line of descent came through the female. Everybody talks about the male pharaoh that sat on the throne, but nobody talks about the queen mothers that chose the pharaoh. Nobody talks about the fact that, yeah, the male sat on the throne, but the throne was a feminine principle, Aset. She had it on her crown. Wherever you see the throne, you know, in other words, it is the queen that makes the king. Black men, we never had a problem understanding. We always understood and respected the feminine principle because, quite frankly, aren't we each and every one of us half man and half woman? And it just happened to be our daddy's chromosome, the Y chromosome, that decided that the Y would be male and his X would be the female. Simple like that. It was meant by nature for there to be more women than men on the planet. That's why there are 3 X's and 1 Y. So the women, it wasn't about.
Yep. So yeah, the XY is what determines, you know, the sex of the child. So, and it's 2 X's coming from the woman. So chances are it's going to be a girl just because another X. And this part about the woman is the one who creates the king, really interesting stuff. And I think Western culture is the ones who don't understand this and get this all confused. Some of them do, they understand it, but the popular notions related to patriarchy and all of that wants to disregard this idea of, you know, the queen creates the king. It's the matrilineal line. You can't become a king. It depends on who your mother was, is what determines if you can be a ruler. And that's how it works. The matrilineal line comes from the mom. So, you know, depending on who your mom was, she's the one who determines if you can, you know, if you're a king or not. I mean, and even there's more to it than that, as far as, you know, the queen is the king's counsel too, you know. I mean, even in today's world, you can look at today's world, and any really successful man that's out there, you can see a strong woman by his side, you know, and that's a reason why he's so successful, you know. I mean, I'm not saying you can't be successful without that, but it's the unseen. It's the part that is not up front. It's the subtle, you know, it's the feminine, it's the curve, you know, it's the counsel, you know, that's not up front that determines a lot of success. Like what they talk about is like, you know, you practice forever. You practice for that 3 seconds, and you put in all of that practice into, you know, into account, and when it makes a difference, years and years and years and years of studying to use it for 3 seconds, you know. So then like those years and years of studying is the feminine principle, and those 3 seconds is the masculine principle, if that makes any sense. I feel like I'm rambling, but yeah. It says it's the queen that makes a king a king. Comments, it says calm down, is not one woman but multiple, gotta speak on it correctly. I don't get what they mean by that, because the matrilineal line can be one woman. That's your mom, and she has those the genealogy of the what's recognized as royal blood, if you will. Another comment says, she's the strongest piece on the chessboard, yet the game still goes on with or without her. What the hell does that mean? You know, but she gave birth to all those pieces on the board. So if she didn't exist, then none of those other people would be there. So another comment says, Ma'at. Another comment, it says, the seed is from the man. Only when they could keep the woman honest and not cheat was and is when lineage can be decided through a woman. A man is the same seed, the woman can take another. This is very manipulative exaltation of women in this way has caused them to take responsibilities that aren't theirs. This is exactly an example of Willie Lynch syndrome to me. It makes the woman lose her identity, not gain it. Keep trying to put woman in front of the man. We will continue to be abused on the world. Bro, you're wrong, whoever you are. Like, you're wrong all over the place here. You're the one talking some Willie Lynch stupid shit. Willie Lynch isn't even real. Like, that's some shit somebody made up anyways. Like, you're wrong all over the place. Like, talking about the women not cheat. That's the reason why they say mother's baby, father's maybe. The only thing we can be 100% sure of is that the baby came from the mom. Who the dad was is a question mark. You know what I mean? That's the reason why it goes through the matrilineal line, because that can be verified without a doubt. And you can go back and look through centuries of the line and know who the moms were and have no question about it. So yeah, you're ignorant. Moving on. It says, bring back the matriarch. Kings come from queens. Need more teaching. It says, in Ghana, I learned they do the same. Can't be a king without a queen. Matriarchy does not work in the midst of strong opposition, along with other problems that it presents. Weaken all types of respect for the women without her having the hierarchical authority of deciding who rules or not. It's not. It's her line that decides on who rules. It's really, really simple. Like, it's the matriarchal line. It's the genetic line. It's the blood line. It's not that she's like pointing a finger and saying this person is the king, like some random person. No, it's the one that she gave birth to. God, I don't know why y'all don't understand this. Let me move on because this is kind of irritating me.
Arrest of a man suspected of capital murder in the shocking death of a high school cheerleader in Texas. On Tuesday, the mother of 16-year-old Lizbeth Medina discovered her body in the bathtub of their home. Here's ABC's Jacqueline Lee.
Tonight, the man police believe killed 16-year-old cheerleader Lizbeth Medina inside her own home in Edna, Texas, is in custody on suspicion of capital murder. Police arresting 23-year-old Rafael Gouveia Romero, who they say is undocumented, Saturday night in Schulenburg, about 100 miles west of Houston. Hours earlier, police releasing surveillance photos of a man wearing a black sweatshirt seen driving a silver Ford Taurus.
She was my motivation to keep pushing and driving.
The community uniting with candles and balloons to honor Lizbeth at a vigil.
16-year-old female not conscious.
Lizbeth's mother, Jackie, discovering her daughter in a bathtub just before 7 Tuesday night after the high schooler did not show up to a Christmas parade with her cheer squad.
My daughter was found in a way that no mother should ever find their child.
Lindsay, police have not clarified if Medina and Romero knew each other prior or if this attack was a random incident. Lindsay.
So tragic. Jacqueline, thank you. Now to the arrest of a man.
Yeah, the internet's been buzzing about this particular case because there's some weird like details with it that's not adding up related to the mom. Well, we're gonna see some stuff. Is whatever it is most likely gonna come out. But yeah, there's some weird things going on with this case right here. This is not straightforward as it seems here from what the internet is saying, because I've been seeing this pop up and go down my timeline and people talking about it. So it says, Texas police have arrested a 23-year-old man on suspicion of capital murder in the death of a high school cheerleader. And you know what's crazy about the internet nowadays? It's like the police, the streets know stuff, and a lot of stuff the police don't know. And with the internet and these social media platforms, you know, I'm from Houston, and this is a Houston local thing. So you got people that know stuff, who's connected to the situation, and they make comments on social media. And it's more information than what you get from the news or whatever. Let me read some more. It says, okay, but why, when you report on the violent criminals that are documented, you don't shout documented? It is because they commit 99.99% of those crimes. Shout that. Yeah, I didn't even really notice that. But yeah, they pointed out that the guy was undocumented. What does that have to do with anything, really? Arrested Saturday, undocumented, big on the screen. What is we're talking about a murder? Like, why that little bit of information is important for them to highlight. Comments, it says undocumented, born here, legal, tourist, it does not matter. The point is a child is dead. Another one says, this is how you know the media has an agenda to stress and divide us. Literally dozens of people are murdered in the US every day, but they selected the one that involves an undocumented suspect. This feeds racism, xenophobia, and the political divide that is widening in this country. The new is supposed to inform us. I don't feel smarter or informed about learning about a murder in a state that I don't live in. This is yellow journalism. Another comment says, thank Joe Biden for his open border policy. It says, we did it, Joe. We did it. We got the undocumented angels into our country. Another one that says, the suspect in custody looks nothing like male in footage. Another comment that says, Biden killed that girl. Another one, am I the only one that doesn't see any resemblance whatsoever in the man in the video and who they have in custody? Another comment that says, so we have a story of a young woman murdered and y'all want to talk about a president. Shaking my head, pathetic. Another one, another Biden success story. So now who has a problem with Trump's wall? Even the mayor of New York was complaining about the Biden administration doing nothing about these people, but you liberals go ahead and keep voting for him. Your relatives are next. Build the wall hashtag. Go figure. Undocumented. Gotta love it. Build the wall. Another one. That does not look like suspect. Hope they get the right suspect, not just anyone, for real justice. They need serious forensic, because there could be someone still out there who just altered appearance. DNA, science, etc. needed. In red states, just looking like someone based on the nationality is not a standard. Says, Biden administration have any comment? You know, everything is not political. I mean, whatever, let me move on. People, they're just looking for stuff to support their predetermined, views. Stabbing at Victorville Home Depot left 2 innocent bystanders injured after they attempted to intervene and stop a shoplifter. There you go, man. Like, you want to be super save-a-hole, you want to be a good Samaritan and jump in there like it's your money that you're losing. Like what does it have to do with you that these people are stealing from Home Depot? So you want to go and get involved in it, and now your ass got stabbed. Comments, it says, they should have minded their own business. Shaking my head. It says, y'all saying mind your business, but I was there. The shoplifter was in front of me. They started swinging at this dude for no reason. Then the dude put the shoplifter in a chokehold to try and subdue him. That's when the shoplifter stabbed him. Another comment says, doesn't the store have security? Another one, it says, for everyone saying that they should have minded their own business, you are part of the problem, not the solution. God help you when you actually need it. Another one, Home Depot has insurance. Let that sink in before you intervene. Then ask, what will Home Depot do for you and your family if you intervene? Another one, this is exactly why you should not get involved with shoplifters. Another one, should have stayed in your own lane, LOL, trying to be a superhero. Folks out here hungry for real. Another one, he was trying to steal someone's purse. That's why people intervene. Another one, observe and report Home Depot will get it replaced. Are you willing to risk your life for a business that doesn't give a F about you? Another one, intervening without the proper tools or skill is foolish. At least you can buy some of those at Home Depot. Like Home Depot be popping up in the news all the time. Like stuff happening in Home Depot all the damn time. I'm wrapping it soon.
About Russia right now is the religious revival that has awakened in this country. It is massive, it is significant, and it is not a superficial thing. It is a deep-seated belief. Again, the Eastern Orthodox Christian Church really traces its origins to Christianity, the very beginnings of Christianity. So that's one of the things the West doesn't understand. And that is a key factor in this battle with Ukraine, because the Ukrainians are seen as embracing Satanism, as embracing homosexuality, as embracing a variety of deviant lifestyles that the Russians themselves reject, and reject, vehemently. That they embrace, let's call them traditional Christian values, because that's exactly what they are. What they've done is they said that they're not going to allow organized LGBTQ groups to come out, protest, to be, to have a public presence. But they've said that if you are homosexual, and what you do in the privacy of your bedroom is your business, not theirs. But do not bring it into public as a public policy issue, because it will be considered illegal. And, candidly, that's one of the things that's driving hatred in the West towards Russia, because the West's almost obsession with the whole rainbow flag movement is something that, Russia's saying, no, we're not going that way. We promote traditional heterosexual relationships, the good old-fashioned mom and dad and kids. That's where they are. And the West really makes a mistake if they fail to understand and appreciate that that's what's happening right now in Russia.
So it says, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, instead of going back to their roots of Orthodox Christianity, the Russians were sold on the idea that capitalism will be better for them compared to socialism and pre-revolution of 1917 times. As a result, from 1985 to early 2000s, the country went through the most challenging and devastating times in its history. Yes, worse than revolution, civil war, World War II, post-war, and Stalin's repressions. Even though during the socialist communist years of its existence, any religion, was never banned in the Soviet Union, people continued going to churches, mosques, synagogues, and even Buddhist temples, like in the region of Buryatia. I know that for a fact because my own grandpa was very religious, read the Bible, went to church every Sunday, and celebrated every religious holiday. And my dad was born and raised in Tataria, predominantly Muslim, and on vacations, we'd often go to mosque to celebrate Muslim holidays with our friends. And even though Christmas was not celebrated in the Soviet Union, Russian Orthodox celebrate Christmas in January. In December, we celebrate Hanukkah with our Jewish neighbors. But it wasn't until 1994, when the war in Chechnya that was predominantly Muslim started, when Russians really started remembering their Christian roots. But only with the beginning of the war in Ukraine in 2014, the Russians realized they were up against the forces of ultimate evil. And the only way to win is with the faith in themselves, their history, their country, and their leader. The evil forces the Russians are fighting against in Ukraine are the same evil forces we, the people, now fighting against around the world. The only way to avoid nuclear war is for the American patriots to clean up their own in their own country and then unite with the people around the world. It's an interesting little tidbit, like this kind of stuff is not what tend to be explained. They always try to explain things through like a macro way or whatever, or nationalist way or whatever. But there's always more going on underneath, motivations for things to be done the way that they're done. And then I think one part of the reason why they don't share this here in the United States, being motivations for Russia, is because they really would agree with this, and they want to paint Russia as, you know, the bad guy, you know, or whatever. So then they just leave this part out. This makes a lot of sense right here. You want to understand the motivations of people, then you need to know where their mindset is. You know, be honest with us, share the real information, the real truth. You know, but they don't want to do that because they have a narrative, and they have, you know, they want you to pick a side. So if they share too much information, then you might make up your own mind, and it might be different from the narrative that they want you to have. Oh man, there's a few more I wanted to do, but I think I might get out of here because my head is hurting. I've been on for 5 hours. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna get out of here. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. I gotta go. I gotta work all day tomorrow.